We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The Joint General Comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow. First, in the Joint General Comment, and which I fully support, is that the age of marriage without exception is 18.
The General Comment, therefore, has a very wide scope. It includes not only girls who are already involved in child marriage, but those who are at risk of child marriage, and even adults, women who are today adults but who were married at the age of below 18.
We know, and as has been published, including by the UN and by the African Union, that we have the highest prevalence of child marriage in Africa, where more than 12 million girls are married each year globally, and the highest numbers are in Africa. In West Africa, we have countries like Niger, like Burkina Faso, where over 65% of girls are married under the age of 18. Here in Southern Africa, we have countries like Malawi, where 42% are married under the age of 18. Here in my country, in Zimbabwe, it's over 30%.
In 2014, the African Union launched a campaign to end child marriages on the African continent. And in the same year, in July of the same year, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights then passed Resolution 292, which was a resolution commission mandating the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to commission a 10-country study to assess the prevalence of child marriages on the African continent, as well as to assess the legislative provisions that were in place in different countries to protect the rights of children from child marriages. In that resolution, the African Commission mandated the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to work with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in developing this general comment, and also to work with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, providing technical support in the research work.
When it comes to women's rights organizations, it's such a powerful tool because they can use it for advocacy, to teach other human rights-based organizations, to teach even their national governments on what it entails and why there is a need to ensure that the Maputo Protocol is domesticated for those who have ratified and for ratification for the countries which are yet to ratify.
Africa has some of the most progressive policies for ending early child and forced marriages, such as the Maputo Protocol and the African Children's Charter.
التغيير الحصل أو الحصل على المرأة والطفل في السودان بعد توقيع موبوتو فتح مساحة كبيرة جدا للمشاركة للمرأة في كل المجالات ومنها المجال السياسي.
We really expect that these African human rights systems is able to operate without any interference, so that the rights of women can be progressive in our countries. The rights of the girl child are also, upheld, so that women and girls can participate in the social structure of their countries without any hindrances.
Now that we have the Joint General Comment on ending child marriages, I think it is important for the African Commission as well to work hand in glove with the committee to ensure that state parties to both the African Children's Charter and the Maputo Protocol start the important work of harmonizing their laws to ensure that marriages take place with adults above the age of 18.
When I was 12 years, mama vakashaya ne 12 years kudaro ndakasara nevanhu vaindichengeta. Vanhu vaindichengeta havana kukwanisa kuda kuti ndienderere mberi nechikoro. Saka nekudaro ndakafunga kuti solution pane zvandiri kuita chikoro ndatadza kuenda panapa upenyu hwandinorarama hwakaoma. kurohwa. Ndane 15 years.
Ndichiri mwana chaiye. Ndapinda mumba ndine makore anoita 16. Ndakasangana nematambudziko akawandisa. Sezvo ndiri mwana mudiki. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekurohwa. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekutukwa. Zvairema zvairwadza nokuti ndichiri mwana mudiki. Saka ndototenda nekuzointroducwa kwaitwa RMT, Rosaria Memorial Trust, muno munharaunda. Takazotorwawo madzimai echidiki kusanganisirawo ini, tikapinzwawo munhanga. Dai hurumende dzemuno muAfrica dzese dzabatana, vana vasikana vasimudzirwa, vapedza dzidzo yavo kusvika kuyunivhesiti chaiko, ende vapfuurawo pamakore avo 18 years vanofanira kupfuura varambe vachimboenderera mberi nedzidzo.
Being deliberate, grounded, and guided by collective action is the only way to deliver for women and girls affected by violations such as early child and forced marriages.
My destiny is bright. I choose to get out of the dark. I will defend my right from now onwards. It's a new dawn for children. Arise and shine.
Every year, 10 million girls are forcibly married before the age of 18 in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe.
That is something like 25,000 girls every day.
People don't seem to talk much of child brides. Perhaps it is seen as a family issue and not a public one, or a cultural issue and not one of human rights. But I cannot stay silent.
This is a grave human rights issue, but it's also a development issue. How can you improve girls' education when they're taken out of school to be married? How can you reduce maternal or child mortality when girls are giving birth at 12 or 13? How can you reduce poverty when child marriage perpetuates poverty?
People may say it is tradition, it cannot change. But I know it is not true. Traditions can change because they are made by people.
Great change can happen in a single generation. I know this to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Change happens through protecting girls' rights in law and practice, empowering them to take control of their own bodies and destinies, and to even become leaders and change makers themselves.
Once you have women liberated, it's amazing how many other problems get resolved. Poverty, education, health. Women are the key in any community.
Change happens through raising community awareness of the dangers of child marriage and the benefits of stopping this practice. This is happening on a small scale, but change is far too slow.
Just imagine what would happen if we invest more in girls, enabling them to make choices, to earn a living with dignity, to break the cycle of illiteracy, the cycle of ill health, the cycle of poverty, that traps them and their communities.
Imagine if we connect all those around the world who are working bravely to end child marriage. Imagine the scale of change possible.
We can do more than imagine. We can end child marriage now. Let girls be girls and not brides.
Every year, 10 million girls are forcibly married before the age of 18 in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe.
That is something like 25,000 girls every day.
People don't seem to talk much about child brides. Perhaps it is seen as a family issue and not a public one, or a cultural issue and not one of human rights. But I cannot stay silent.
This is a grave human rights issue, but it's also a development issue. How can you improve girls' education when they're taken out of school to be married? How can you reduce maternal or child mortality when girls are giving birth at 12 or 13? How can you reduce poverty when child marriage perpetuates poverty?
People may say it is tradition. It cannot change. But I know it is not true. Traditions can change because they are made by people.
Great change can happen in a single generation. I know this to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Change happens through protecting girls' rights in law and practice, empowering them to take control of their own bodies and destinies, and to even become leaders and change makers themselves.
Once you have women liberated, it's amazing how many other problems get resolved. Poverty, education, health. Women are the key in any community.
Change happens through raising community awareness of the dangers of child marriage and the benefits of stopping this practice. This is happening on a small scale, but change is far too slow.
Just imagine what would happen if we invest more in girls, enabling them to make choices, to earn a living with dignity, to break the cycle of illiteracy, the cycle of ill health, the cycle of poverty that traps them and their communities.
Imagine if we connect all those around the world who are working bravely to end child marriage. Imagine the scale of change possible.
We can do more than imagine. We can end child marriage now. Let girls be girls and not brides.
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The Joint General Comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow. First, in the Joint General Comment, and which I fully support, is that the age of marriage without exception is 18.
The General Comment, therefore, has a very wide scope. It includes not only girls who are already involved in child marriage, but those who are at risk of child marriage, and even adults, women who are today adults but who were married at the age of below 18.
We know, and as has been published, including by the UN and by the African Union, that we have the highest prevalence of child marriage in Africa, where more than 12 million girls are married each year globally, and the highest numbers are in Africa. In West Africa, we have countries like Niger, like Burkina Faso, where over 65% of girls are married under the age of 18. Here in Southern Africa, we have countries like Malawi, where 42% are married under the age of 18. Here in my country, in Zimbabwe, it's over 30%.
In 2014, the African Union launched a campaign to end child marriages on the African continent. And in the same year, in July of the same year, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights then passed Resolution 292, which was a resolution commission mandating the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to commission a 10-country study to assess the prevalence of child marriages on the African continent, as well as to assess the legislative provisions that were in place in different countries to protect the rights of children from child marriages. In that resolution, the African Commission mandated the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to work with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in developing this general comment, and also to work with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, providing technical support in the research work.
When it comes to women's rights organizations, it's such a powerful tool because they can use it for advocacy, to teach other human rights-based organizations, to teach even their national governments on what it entails and why there's a need to ensure that the Maputo Protocol is domesticated for those who have ratified and for ratification for the countries which are yet to ratify.
Africa has some of the most progressive policies for ending early child and forced marriages, such as the Maputo Protocol and the African Children's Charter.
التغيير الحصل أو الحصل على المرأة والطفل في السودان بعد توقيع موبوتو فتح مساحة كبيرة جدا للمشاركة للمرأة في كل المجالات ومنها المجال السياسي.
We really expect that these African human rights systems is able to operate without any interference, so that the rights of women can be progressive in our countries. The rights of the girl child are also, upheld, so that women and girls can participate in the social structure of their countries without any hindrances.
Now that we have the Joint General Comment on Ending Child Marriages, I think it is important for the African Commission as well to work hand in glove with the committee to ensure that state parties to both the African Children's Charter and the Maputo Protocol start the important work of harmonizing their laws to ensure that marriages take place with adults above the age of 18.
When I was 12 years, mama vakashaya ne 12 years kudaro ndakasara nevanhu vaindichengeta. Vanhu vaindichengeta havana kukwanisa kuda kuti ndienderere mberi nechikoro. Saka nekudaro ndakafunga kuti solution pane zvandiri kuita izvi kuchikoro ndatadza kuenda panapa upenyu hwandorarama kuroorwa. Ndane 15 years.
Ndichiri mwana chaiye. Ndapinda mumba ndine makore anoita 16. Ndakasangana nematambudziko akawandisa. Sezvo ndiri mwana mudiki. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekurohwa. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekutukwa. Zvairema zvairwadza nokuti ndichiri mwana mudiki. Saka ndinototenda nekuzointroducwa kwaitwa RMT, Rosaria Memorial Trust, muno munharaunda. Takazotorwawo madzimai echidiki kusanganisirawo ini tikapinzwawo munhanga. Dai hurumende dzemuno muAfrica dzese dzabatana, vana vasikana vasimudzirwa vapedza dzidzo yavo kusvika kuyunivhesiti chaiko, ende vapfuurawo pamakore avo 18 years vanofanira kupfuura varambe vachimboenderera mberi nedzidzo.
Being deliberate, grounded, and guided by collective action is the only way to deliver for women and girls affected by violations such as early child and forced marriages.
My destiny is bright. I choose to get out of the dark. I will defend my right from now onwards. It's a new dawn for children. Arise and shine.
I'm a girl and not a bride.
Ooh.
I'm a girl and not a bride.
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The joint general comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow.
Just capturing the key issues, the challenges, and the lessons that we are learning, and some of the strategies that we brought out yesterday that will take us and lead us through the journey to zero FGM and child marriage in Kenya. One of the most important things that came out yesterday was the need to empower the girl child. And we looked at strategies and said all the strategies should focus on making sure that the girl child is placed at the heart or at the center of all conversations and strategies that ensure that their voices are heard, so that we are not speaking for them, but the girls themselves will speak from their experience. We also heard that we need to listen to young girls from across the world, but most importantly, within Kenya at the family level, at community, and at the county and district and national level. We discussed how to be leaders for and with the girls, the fact that they need to see the visions from those who have gone ahead of them, saying that for us, the women who have made it, we need to be role models. So the importance of role modeling for girls, being able to tell them that it's possible to defy and to challenge traditions and make them see what others can do, inspire them with our own stories of change. Encouraging the girls after birth, those who get pregnant and give birth, to overcome the guilt and to pick up their dreams, so that we are not part of the process that actually facilitates and allows them to kill their dream. Girls need support in terms of access to safe spaces where they need to go to, in access to education, as well as access to justice. And education was emphasized that it should be a priority to keep girls through all the way to secondary school as a minimum, but all the way through lifelong learning is important. We talked about common drivers of child marriage and FGM, and we picked out a few of them. The first we noted was poverty is one of the contributors to both child marriage and FGM at community level. especially when girls don't go to school. The immediate reaction of parents is to marry them off. Lack of resources, this is related to poverty at household level. Parents have limited resources to sustain their livelihoods. So they don't prioritize the girl child. Instead, they perceive the girls as a source of wealth. So they marry them off when the resources are scarce. And this is what they need to sustain the family. But by doing that, they are denying the girls their potential to achieve their dreams. We also saw within the poverty driver an issue of orphans and vulnerable children who are lacking social protection. There's a focus on supporting the orphans, but the other girls that are vulnerable to being married off are left out. They are not benefiting from the social protection programs. Social and cultural norms is the second key driver. We looked at the culture of silence around sexual reproductive health and rights, especially for adolescents. They can't access information. On the other hand, the parents perceive them as property, a source of wealth, and therefore they're married off before. For those that get pregnant, the parents are happy to give them away, to the perpetrators of this form of sexual violence. FGM is also performed as a rites of passage from childhood to adulthood, and this entitles the girl to be married off already as part of the common cultural practice. Parents get different birth certificates. So we looked at how parents go around the law, maneuvering to break the laws and managing to go around, avoid to be punished. They get different birth certificates to justify the age of the girl, so that to say they're above 18 so that they can be married off. There is a strong issue driver around social stigma, that girls get embarrassed to return to school after giving birth because of the stigma that they face at school. And this calls for a lot of thinking around what can be done within the school environment, but also at the community. We talked about the silent epidemic of teenage pregnancies, where the policies, for example, of returning girls back to school is good, but is still challenged by stigma. COVID-19 and other emergencies is the third drivers of child marriage and FGM. And we have seen that in the last 1.5 years of the lockdown, thousands of girls lost, their potential to teenage pregnancies. They were married off. The mistake of getting pregnant has led them to being married off just to reduce the numbers at home. And we also saw that the school closures during COVID time led to lack of dignity kits, for example, and the girls were finding alternatives through exchange of sex for the dignity kits. So it's about rethinking our advocacy around government programs in response to the needs of girls. Is it only restricted to school? And is it possible to extend that to the home environment? Women and girls are left out of the opportunities, therefore, to fulfill their own dreams and potentials. They would have become doctors, nurses, and so forth. We also talked about how to tackle these practices, and we picked out conversations around education of girls, focusing mostly on the negative impacts of FGM and building their self-esteem, helping them to understand, but also focusing on the role of elders and parents at the community level. The role of, the role models who have already defied the culture and have refused to go through FGM, but they are successful. Increasing visibility of civil society and key actors. This came out strongly. There are a lot of civil society organizations who are doing good work on ground, but they are not known to the girls. They are not known at community level. And so they need to raise awareness for girls on these existing services, the referral mechanism, how they can access the different services and access to justice. They need to initiate adult education for women. This came out as a result of the fact that a lot of girls are dropping out of school. They are getting married early, but they do not have the opportunities to continue with adult education. So there was a suggestion that as part of the education policy that talks about lifelong learning, the government needs to look at alternative education for adult women to enable them to continue with schooling initiatives. Giving the girls a chance to get to 18 years, and then they can decide whether they want to undergo FGM or not. This one, of course, is controversial, and we can discuss it further, that the girls will know the effect and they may make the right decisions to either undergo it or not without necessarily being pushed by the parents. Of course, there was a conversation that it's better to give the girls the chance to choose, but it has to happen within the confines of the national laws and policies that, highlighting the fact that FGM or child marriage is unacceptable by law, and it's a violation of human rights. How to tackle these practices? Again, we say that FGM should be stopped completely to zero without giving choices. So we also talked about, is it only FGM? What happens to communities that do not actually practice FGM but have very high rates of child marriage? It's a violation. So the bottom line is both child marriage and FGM are violations of children's rights, and therefore it should be prohibited. Even communities that do not practice FGM should not definitely be given a leeway. We say there's need to, at community level, to start targeting the Morans and the Shanga girls. These, I think, this is just naming of the groups of the youth and the girls that need to be targeted with specific messaging, especially for the boys, that they need to change their, the boys need to change the mindset about how to marry or not to marry girls. So they need to understand that even the girls who are not circumcised are still good enough for marriage. And this related to the fact that circumcision of girls and women is related to power and control of their sexuality. The use of religious leaders to speak to parents and all community members. And we've seen it came out very strongly that the role of religious and cultural leaders is key, and we need to work with them. Women engagement at community level. It's important to note that the women are the ones who actually initiate and practice and execute the cutting of girls. So they need to engage, mobilize, and communicate very clearly with the women for them to understand that it's not right for one woman who underwent FGM to facilitate a process of another young woman to go through the same, or an elder one who has defied the practice, and once she has reached adulthood and gets married or pregnant at the point of giving birth, other women are stigmatizing her until she finds herself going for circumcision. So there's a lot of stigma issues that need to be dealt with the women at community level. Economic empowerment was a key issue. They need to focus on households, supporting them to be able to generate their own incomes and be able to put food on the table for their families. We looked at the national policies, and we noted that the policies for Kenya are very good. They're adequate. However, there might still be gaps, and we need to do some gaps analysis and identify very clear implementation strategies to tackle them at community level. This came from the fact that some counties have policies already that are being taken downstream from national to local, and some counties still do not have. So to understand what are the gaps and how can that be rolled out. Implementing the existing laws, it came out very strongly that this has to happen at county level, and the role of the chiefs and community leaders was very strongly highlighted for implementation. Giving the girls the mantle to take the change. This one came out strongly about how to fully engage the girls in different counties. And once we give them the platform to speak for themselves, to analyze the issues as champions, then they will be able to reach out to others and they become examples for other young girls. Most importantly is to ensure that we engage communities in conversations to identify the best solutions and strategies by themselves. We also looked at, from the recognition that there are a lot of good commitments already by government and successes that we need to build on. And we said there is need to do monitoring of these existing commitments and the successes that we need to build on. For example, utilizing the space given to us by government. And just to mention one was the anti-FGM board, but there are many other institutions like NGEC and others. Facilitating the necessary structures, this came out strongly to do the work at county and community level. So it means that the process of ensuring that the existing structures that are being created are facilitated to do their work effectively. Policies are being launched. So far, it was mentioned that 4 counties already have policies and they are being launched, but they need to expand to other counties. And probably this is not only for FGM, but also for child marriage. It was very clearly put out that Girls Not Brides needs to continue to lobby for financing for more organizations to work on ground and facilitate these organizations to lead the work at that level. We outlined a number of pledges and resources that have been committed by governments globally, as well as the African region, but also how does this then translate to the local level, at country level, as well as at county level and below. So we noted that already one of the existing commitments was the AU, African First Ladies, forum. It is, of course, an assumption that the First Lady of Kenya is part of this forum, and we could actually tap on her profile and her initiatives to help us rally behind the campaign. The presidential commitments, one of the ones that was mentioned, there are many, but he made a very strong commitment in Vancouver in 2019 to end FGM by 2022. And this is the one that we are really following keenly in terms of how it's rolling out. It was also mentioned by the NGO board. ICPD in Nairobi was also a space where government made pledges and commitments, and even donors made pledges reached the counties or what is happening. We also looked at the generation equality process at the beginning of July. Again, governments made commitments, including Kenya, and a lot of donors have made commitments. So the question is, where is the resource, the resource bag for FGM and child marriage? So we also know that there's the AU General Comment for supporting the practices to end child marriage, and that's one of the platforms we can use. We looked at what came out very strongly also was the issue of collaboration. Collaboration. The need for linkages between, the issues around FGM and child marriage. What do we need to do differently? This collaborative meeting, for example, is just a symbol of one of them that helps us to figure out together how to tackle the 2 issues concurrently. And to convey to the world that we can work together, we need to have very clear milestones by the time we finish this process. We come up with clear milestones. We need a very clear pathways. We need very clear ways of how we are going to work together and how we are going to hold each other accountable on what we agree today, and also in the subsequent meetings that will follow after this one. And we agreed that we are going to move and create space for everyone who is acting in these spaces to join us and work together. Solidarity is important It was key for creating the change that we want. And therefore, within that, the issue of coordination came out strongly. We had some lessons that were shared on how different stakeholders are being coordinated. But what is important is, once we agree today that we are going to work together, how is the coordination going to be? The mapping of key actors and stakeholders came out strongly, and it was also recommended that the National Coordination Board should support the mapping exercise of existing initiatives. Our understanding is that by going through this 1.5 workshop, we are already doing a mapping of existing initiatives, who is doing what, and then we are able to pick up and say, in these counties, these people are doing this, and we can learn from each other. The issue of intersectionality is key. How issues are linked to other challenges that face communities, and to single out, for example, climate change and the seasonal changes that happen, like in arid and semi-arid.
Nairobi, we've lost you. I think we've lost Nairobi. I think you've lost Nairobi.
That girls can access services. That was very key as far as resources are concerned. That CSOs need to pull together resources. That was another example that came out strongly to support different services. And it can be done in kind. For example, those who are providing safe spaces need to share the information with the other CSOs, so that in the event that the girl needs a safe space, we know where to refer the girl. Also, the need to facilitate the local structures still strongly came out to share information and best practices. It was highlighted that by sharing peer-to-peer learning, we are able to motivate others to also challenge the practice. The multi-sectoral approach is still emphasized, collaboration with other key government institutions, gender, children, police, and civil society, community leaders, and this can be done in many ways. Supporting peer-to-peer, so this was about exchange visits from one county to another, or from one community to another, as a means of training, collecting evidence, and sharing lessons. What was still emphasized is amplifying the survivor's voice, that they are not currently adequately involved, especially when they're handling GBV cases. What came out strongly also was the issue of youth involvement and the need for mentoring, that the youth need to be given space, but we underscore the fact that they must be mentored to understand the protocols and how to respect processes, and then how to effectively engage in advocacy as well as awareness raising. Youth movements, this is about mobilizing young girls to be able to advocate for implementation of laws. So the young men who are already in the movement, how are you also engaging and reaching out to the young girls? Strengthening youth structures at community level was one of the issues that came out. Engaging men and boys, definitely. The need to engage community leaders, they are gatekeepers, they are the ones who speak and influence, so that they can rephrase, the need to change and shape the messaging and the mindsets of girls as well as boys and the community. There was highlighted the need to build capacities of religious leaders, and we need some training manuals. Some best practices shared yesterday already have some training manuals. So how we can adopt them or use them together. What came out strongly was also the issue of data-driven advocacy. That, for example, we saw yesterday that if the girls don't move the feet, then they'll remain, victims. Communities need evidence. They need data, It's not enough to tell them that every minute 23 girls get married. So what? So we need evidence of the impact, what it means, the cost implications, and what it means for households with projections. So for example, by 2030, what would that mean to communities? Building evidence is therefore very important, and we need to invest in that because it will inform what is being done, where, and decision-making especially. They need to strengthen accountability. You cannot do effective accountability if you do not have data and evidence to hold like the political leaders, the judiciary officials, the parents, and the community leaders, to listen. So evidence is still key. The other question was how we strengthen the whole Africa movement. We appreciate the fact that Girls Not Brides is a global movement, but when we talk about Kenya, how does Kenya link to Africa? And the need to strengthen and build those linkages, but also most importantly, building still the knowledge base and the data that speaks to that. Lack of tracking of survivors relates to data and evidence that once they are not tracked, then it's difficult to account for them. So they need to really focus on collecting data and evidence. We could think about citizen-driven data approaches and processes. Resourcing still comes up. There was an issue around working in silos and the need to harmonize and collaborate our processes. For resourcing, creating and facilitating platforms of change. So this is where resources need to go more to the community. There was an issue around the challenge of remote access. Why is it that it's difficult to end FGM? They gave an example of communities which practice FGM on a rotational basis. In 1 year, it's one clan that is actually, cutting the girls. Those ones, then when you target them, they relax. Then before, the next clan is the one that is doing it. So it's more about doing intelligence, having that intelligence and community monitoring. People within the community who understand which clan is most likely to take the girls through FGM, and then you start conversations with them early enough so that it's more of a prevention mechanism. And parents are the ones that are always taking girls for marriage. So a lot of work around parents. I think the biggest challenge that still comes up all the time is the deep-rooted culture and how culture is used to defend the harmful practices. And therefore, they need to have very tough conversations with communities, tough conversations. And that means your messages may not be welcome, but anyway, you have to deliver them, and in a practical manner. Main challenges also that came up with that we have commitments already that exist, and there is political will at the cabinet level, but we do not have the same political will at the county level. This is where we saw that politicians like the governors and the other politicians who are working at that level, the MCAs, they do not come out to speak publicly about these issues. And the lack of youth representation came out strongly as a challenge that needs to be dealt with. Language barriers also came out as a challenge, and the fact that most counties still do not have the policies and financing in terms of resources to be able to roll out the practices. We also picked up some lessons learned and observations that on what's happening on ground, that supporting and empowering the girls themselves is key. It works, it delivers results, especially dealing with poverty and talking about the existing social protection programs. How do these address the household needs? That's a very key lesson, that when we are programming and planning, let's think about strategies that also help to support girls to access income. The need for safe spaces is very key, that when girls are provided with the they have access to information, they have the support systems, they can understand the justice system and the referral mechanism, they know where to report and seek justice. Addressing social gender norms is still key, and so we need to develop interventions that create the desired change. That means it calls for ongoing and continuous assessments of the impact we are creating, the approaches we are using, what is working and what's not working. So it's more about continuous monitoring and evaluating and the impacts we are creating and documenting lessons that we are learning. Scaling up initiatives, of course, we have shared very good initiatives. There's a call for thinking about how do we facilitate the scaling up from one community to another for things that are working well. Supporting the establishment and strengthening child protection systems. This came out very strongly as a lessons learned. When you support the structures that focus on child protection, you gain some good results. We also learned that engaging religious leaders in dialogues through different platforms works. It delivers results. And so we need to have very clear training, programs using the media, like the radio talk shows, to reach out to the communities and letting the communities lead the initiatives themselves. We also learned that we need to focus more on storytelling about the girls' experiences. And this has to cut across all the girls and women who have experienced, those who have not experienced, what is happening and how are they managing, plus looking at the coping mechanisms. So what we picked out yesterday, share with you in terms of highlights, and we'll share more in the afternoon. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Helene. Helene, thank you. I came in when you're still speaking, and apologies for coming in late. Good morning again. May I see everybody? Please wave before we acknowledge Helene, because she needs actually separate acknowledgement. Can I see you people? Good morning. Good morning. I'm at a different location today. Thank you, Gabriela. Good morning. Hello, Nolene. Hello, Millicent. Hello, Evelyn. Hi, Mona. Good morning. The people who are hiding will tell us why. Hello, Nerida. Good morning, Nairobi team. Where's my Migori team? Good morning, Migori. Please wave at me. Good morning, Sharon. Good to see you. Good morning, Wanaisha. Oh, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you to all those who are not afraid to show me their faces. And the ones who are afraid to show me their faces, they will tell me why. Please, may I take the opportunity to just appreciate the rapporteurs, Helene and Maria. I think we had like 18, were those 18 slides, Helene? Amazing, 18 slides of capturing all that we were discussing yesterday. So, oh my God, thank you, that was amazing. And even capturing the way forward, capturing recommendations, you almost feel like the work is done. We appreciate that we are able to reflect on what we discussed yesterday. Now, today seems to be the day we wrap up everything nicely. It is the day where now we set to roll up our sleeves and say, this is where we are going. My appeal to you today is that we focus a lot in the sessions and what is coming out of them because in these sessions is where we will build up on our next steps. This, according to Girls Not Brides, is not your regular kind of meeting. It is a different kind of meeting that is really going to help us shift the dynamics from point A to B. So I know that as people working in this field, we attend many meetings all the time, and we might actually be thinking that it is just one of those meetings. I want to just emphasize that it is not that kind of regular meeting. We want to move on to the next sessions, specifically with looking at how we are going and what we need to do. And so I urge that we pay attention more specifically to areas where we are saying, how can we help? How do we work together? How can we get successful? How do we get change? But for this session, for the next 1 hour or slightly less, because I know we've started behind schedule, I will call on Jennifer Kaberi, the CEO of Mtoto News. It's a session on walking deep together with communities for change. Walking deep together with communities for change. Jennifer, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. No, Mildred, I'm right here. All set. Sorry, let me switch on my camera.
Okay.
I'm
all
here.
Right.
It's very cold. Oh, I'm not only feeling cold. I'm feeling so cold.
We hope you're feeling better today, Jennifer.
Yeah. Today I'm much better. The headache is gone, so I am much better today. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So please take it away on the session on walking deeply together, which I really like, because from yesterday, the emphasis was on collaborations. How do we collaborate? How do we build solidarity? How do we strengthen networks? I think this is where the talk was going. So your session very prompt, very aptly on what it is we are actually going towards. You're welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Mildred. So this session, I'll be very honest with you, I'll kindly ask one of my co-hosts to help me to admit people. So things keep on popping on my screen. So if someone can help me I have quite a number of co-hosts to help me let in people, I'll really be appreciated. So this session is going to be very interactive because we are going to do the job, okay? So we're going to look at our communities and how we can be able to work together, okay? And so like today, what I've been asked to do is to talk about, to look deep dive on issues to do with social norms. How can we change them, okay? So I'm just going to do a quick presentation, and then I'm going to do a quick presentation, and then I'm going to kickstart. So just give me a second. I'm trying to do the presentation. Can you see my screen, Mildred? Is it jumble?
Yes.
Has it come clean, or is it still jumbled?
We can see it. There.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take up from what Dr. Powell said yesterday. You know, pathway to zero. How are we going to get to zero? So I'm just going to. Okay, someone help me to admit people. So how are we going to get to zero? So I work with children a lot, and I work in the communication space. So I want us to talk about working together using communication as a tool. So because when we work together, when people come together, things change. Just think about everything that has changed over the last 2 years, for example. If we work together, things change. And you know, in our communities, how things are transmitted is through word of mouth. Okay, there's the usual one, I'll call it motion A. for those ones who don't understand English, please ask a friend of yours what motionnaire is. So motionnaire is the most popular way of transmitting communication. Okay, and as we communicate, as we change, things change either for good or for bad. Okay, so it depends on as we talk using the different mediums. I'm thinking the people in this call, in this workshop today are tech savvy. So they use messaging, they use emails, they use meetings, what we are doing right now. They write, okay, they speak to each other, and they use their phones, and of course they use motionnaire to communicate, okay? And it causes some form of change, okay? And right now I'll go back to something Helen said yesterday. Helen Gadogo from I know her, she's from Isiolo. I don't know which organization she works from, but I know she's from Isiolo. And she was speaking about the way Kiama is changing. It's trying to change, take it back to FGM, to child marriage. I remember my dad was very concerned the other day. I had him talking to a friend of his, and he was very concerned because he was fearing he'll be forced to cut me, my sister, and my daughter, and my niece, because we all need to be cut, because we've never been cut. Actually, none of us has been cut, including my mom. So things are changing. So how can we, and that's what for mouth, okay? So how can we use these collective ways to change, okay? We have to work together, okay? So, slide move. My slide has refused to move, guys. So, we need to change. As I said, we need to change how we talk. Okay, as we change, we talk. People start changing them. It moves to individual change, and then it changes. It goes to social norm change. So we have to change our conversation within each other. Oops, sorry. I think I pressed so many of them. So we need to change the way we think, and then we need to, okay. So we need to change the way we think, and then as we change the way we think, we speak and we talk to each other, it is going to change our individual mental map, okay? Our individual, the way we think, okay? As we're talking like this, people have started thinking of new ways of addressing FGM and child marriage. Those people who are, I know because of this field, working in this field for a long time, I know there are people who are, you can't tell them anything about child marriage. They're just like, no, FGM, don't tell me anything about child marriage. I just want to hear FGM, wake up FGM, lunch FGM, they sleep FGM, but they'll never speak anything about child marriage. And there are those ones of us who are child marriage. I think there's a time we were doing, a story around child marriage, and we approach someone who does FGM, and they go like, mimi sifanyagi hiyo, wewe ongea na watu kina Natalie ndo anafanyaga mambo ya child marriage. So you find there are people who have put themselves in cocoons of what they don't know how to work together. But now from this conversation, you can see in tandem, the close correlation between FGM and child marriage. And for us as actors, we need to work together to be able to tackle it, because you can't say, I'm going to tackle FGM and then not leave the child, or I'm going to tackle child marriage and leave that. So as we work together, we are going to change this, the social norms. Pass your own personal narrative, and you'll be able to change the narrative of the community. So the next thing is an activity. So I'm hoping all of us are on a computer. So because you're going to go to Jamboard and do these activities. So I'm leaving this presentation and going to Jamboard. Just give me a second. So we are going to go to Jamboard, and you are going to do an activity. So I'm hoping all of us are using computers. If not, you will use your chat to answer the questions. So we are going to answer a few questions. which are going to help us to dig deeper on how we can be able to work together. Just give me a second. My internet is a bit slow. So I'm pasting the link into the chat box. So I've posted the link into the chat box. Please, all of us, let's go into the Jamboard. It's free, so you don't have to, so you're using my subscription, so you don't have to worry. So if it asks you to pay, just reload again and it's going to come in for free. So just get into the Jamboard. Thank you. I can see a couple of you joining in. You just have to give me a second because my internet today is super slow. So let's go to slide number 1. So slide number 1, let me project this so that all of us, those who can see, who have not joined in, can see. So let's go to slide number 1, and I want us to answer the question that when you hear the word FGM and child marriage, what comes to mind? So I want us to talk. So let me do a quick tutorial on how to use Jamboard. I've just maybe not make an assumption we all know how to use Jamboard. So can you see my arrow? Mildred, can you see my arrow? Mildred?
Yes, we can see it.
So how to use the Jamboard? This is the arrow. You come here. This is called a sticky note. Click on the sticky note. Okay, it will come here. So it will come like that, and then you type when you hear, like I'm going to ask. When I hear about FGM, I'll say when I hear about FGM, I see pain. What comes to mind is pain. Okay, so I type their pain and then say save. Save, and it's supposed to be faster than this, but my internet is a bit slow. So, and then you can come and put it here. So you just drag it to here. Okay. So let's answer slide number 1. When you hear the word FGM and child marriage, what comes to mind? Let me see people in the Jamboard. Please try to answer. If you're having challenges or you're not able to access Jamboard, please answer it on the chat box. But I would prefer because you can hand over these slides to the rapporteurs for their report writing. When you hear the word FGM or child marriage, what comes to mind? Guys, am I the only one who is answering? I want to see answers. So you have to go to slide number 1 and answer that question.
Jenny, could you just kindly repeat what you just did so that we all grasp it? I'm also seeing that on my browser, I can't see the bar on the extreme left. So mine doesn't have the bar where I can get the sticky notes. I don't know whether it is. Same.
You can see it.
I actually don't have the bar on the left.
Or for Jamboard. Let me see.
Jen?
Yes?
Sorry. Please enable us to edit. We are unable to edit.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
So there are questions on the chat. Please follow Jen. Okay.
Then, so just refresh the Jamboard. It will come. It will allow you to type in. Just refresh it.
Oh, perfect. It came.
Okay.
Yeah.
Refresh it. Okay, so I want to see answers. So I'm going to repeat again how to use it. You can see my arrow. You come here. These are called sticky notes. You click on the sticky notes, and then it will come there. And then you see, what you can put end of school. Okay. So you put there and save. And then thank you, whoever is helping me to arrange. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I can see, thank you so much. I can see we are about, almost all of us are in now. So let's do this. I can see Dead of Dreams. So can you do both? Can you do both child marriage and FGM? Okay. Thank you.
So you say we can do both?
You do FGM, so you can type and feel which one do you want. Like, for example, someone that say Dead of Dreams, okay, pain, okay, school dropout, okay. So which one do you fit? When you hear the word FGM, what comes to mind? What is the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word FGM? For me, it's pain. Just, how do a girl go through that? You know. So, and when you hear the word child marriage, what comes to your mind? So I'm just thinking, no play again, okay? So stolen childhood, yes, I can see all this. So please put where you are. I can see someone has written Dead Dreams. So you just drag it to where? The way you drag. So you just drag where you feel it needs to be done. Difficulty in childbirth, patriarchy. Where does the patriarchy go? It comes here. Is it both sides? There. Yes, let them come. Let them come. Thank
Wonderful.
you. Yes, thank you. Rape. Is it on child marriage? Is rape? Okay. Violation. Thank you so much, guys. And whoever is helping me to arrange, God bless you. There. So you can see these are the things, this is what we need to start thinking. When you're talking about our advocacy, we need to start changing these words, okay? I want next year when Nolene calls us, maybe hopefully in a physical meeting, when we hear these words, we'll be talking about different things, okay? We'll be talking about, when you hear FGM, we'll be saying ended, you know, child marriage no longer existing, you know? So these are the things. But for us to be able to change things, we need to go through a process, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Let them still coming. If you feel you need to, this is the time it's called what? To rant, you know, all those things that nobody's seeing. No, even me, I can't see who is typing, so you can go ahead, okay? Okay, just go rant, it's fine, you're allowed, okay? So let them come out. Okay, so when you hear the word FGM and child marriage, so what can we do this to? What Dr. Powell said yesterday.
Jenny, may I just quickly ask?
Yes.
As we go on, so does this practice, you can do it anonymously?
Yes, it's anonymously.
Especially when you want people to respond in an anonymous manner, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because sometimes we are in spaces where people are a bit, they don't want their identity to be known. So they are a bit anxious about their identity and in their responses.
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. So I think for them, because we have a team of TOTs here, and it's good to emphasize that this they can use when they need anonymous responses.
Yeah.
Right.
It's you I can't see any, I'll be very, very honest with you. I don't know who's typing what. So you can type. So yeah. So so as we look at this, I just want us to pause. Thank you so much. Thank you, whoever is arranging. I don't know who you are, but God bless you. So as we look at this, this one I would want someone to talk. As we look at this, can you look at all these names, these terms that when you think about FGM, how can we start changing this? Okay, I saw something very interesting, and I said I'll need to know who said that. Slavery. Where is it? I saw slavery. Can you see slavery? Yeah, there you are. So who says slavery? If you want to speak, who said slavery? Who says slavery? If you're comfortable to speak. If you're not comfortable, it's fine. You can mute yourself. I just want to know why you said slavery. Okay, who else? Patriarchy. Who said patriarchy? Who said patriarchy?
Anybody? Jenny, at the risk of sounding like the principal who is going to punish me for saying slavery or patriarchy. Maybe you explain why it's why you're picking out on the specifics.
Because it's interesting. I would want to know why they felt FGM and child marriage is slavery. So that we are, because the others, of course, torture, it's cat torture, death, leads to death. Lack of privacy, your cat, rape, child marriage is defined as rape in some places. But slavery, for me, it just did stand out. Slavery, I'm thinking the year 1800 in America with shackles. That's what I'm thinking. So I just wanted to know what was their thought line when they were talking about that. But it's fine if you don't want to feel
Jen,
yes.
I've been waiting for a mic. I said patriarchy.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, for me, it's two practices that men would push for tend to happen to women and girls and not to them. That's why I put it there.
Okay. So it's because it happens to more boys and girls than girls. The person who said slavery just sent me a message and he doesn't want to, and it's a girl, it's a boy, he doesn't want to say. Oh, yes. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 So you can see, and I want you to see the person who has arranged this has really, you can see there are things which are placed under FGM. During our program, we have to start thinking, the things that are on child marriage can easily, if I would want to place them, this one can easily be placed this side, right? Easily, This one can be placed this side, easily, right? Vulnerability, this one can be placed this side. So it's when you're talking about it at FGM and child marriage, they are the same thing. Okay, they are the same thing. So I want us to move because of the hour and
sorry, this is Nerida.
Yes, Nerida.
Hi. I just wanted to also just note that Girls Not Brides has just produced a position paper on the child marriage and what we call modern slavery. So just a very brief, I'll put it on the chat, but just to explain that, thank you, Nolene. So for modern slavery, it refers to situations of exploitation that a person cannot leave because of threats, violence, coercion, deception, or abuse of power. So child marriage and modern slavery can happen sometimes. So child marriage, for example, is not all child marriage is slavery, but it can be classified as modern slavery by assessing how the children and adolescents enter marriage, how they're forced, what they're forced to do during marriage, and if they're realistically able to leave or dissolve the marriage if they should want to. And some organizations working in Africa and globally, such as the Anti-Slavery International, I think Freedom Fund, have several indicators for when child marriage can be considered modern slavery. So that information is on the chat. I think Nolene has put it on the chat. So do kindly read through the paper, and your feedback on this would be very useful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Nereda. So before Mildred starts telling me time's up, let's move on to the next slide. I'm hoping you are finding this activity engaging and open-minded, but you can see they are interlinked. You can't say one is the other one. They're interlinked. Control of life, injustice, life of violence. So both sides, I saw something very interesting right now. Someone has just written something about, it was on the child marriage side. Where did it go on? Stigmatization, okay? Stigmatization. So if you look at stigmatization, if you're not cut in Korea, for example, Natalie will agree with me, you're stigmatized, okay? But you go to some countries, or in some parts of, if you're not married by the age of, let's say 20, in some parts, you're called what? I remember, at the risk of giving out my age, I went to work in a particular country and I was 25, and one of my bosses called me a senior spinster. You know, I laughed out. I said, if you knew my friends who are hitting 30, then, you know, when you hit 25, hitting 30 is a far away. You knew my friends who are hitting 30 and they have no even ambition of getting married, you will not call me a senior spinster. So you can imagine that some countries at 25, I was being called a senior spinster. So you can, the stigmatization. So if I had not been brought up by my mother the way she, I would have gotten married as like the following day, you know, just not to be stigmatized, not to be called a senior spinster. But you cannot be called a senior spinster when you hit 18, because it is normal for you in your community to get married at 13, 14, 15. Okay, it's still, but also in that another community, if you're not cut, there's a name. I was reading yesterday. There's a very interesting name for Kikuyus. If you're not married, you're not cut. Okay, and that's something you don't want to be called. Okay, it's a word that demeans you as a human being, as a person. Okay, so you don't want to be called. What happens? You go get married, get cut, or you go get married. Okay, let's move on before Mildred starts telling me time's up. So the next slide, let's just, to go to the next slide, just click.
We actually have quite a bit of time. I want to give you, this is so interesting and it's so important. So I think we still have a bit of time. I won't stress you right now.
So to go to the next slide, click the arrow on the next, like on your, this is what hand? Right, you click on, so I would want I want to pick up someone from the list of participants to help me to say what are social norms. What's her name? Nolene, are you able to explain for 2 seconds what are social norms? And then we can go into the Jamboard and answer the question on the Jamboard. So we have already said what we hear about FGM. Like, so what perpetuates that? If it's, for example, we have already said stigma. Okay, what perpetuates that stigma? Okay, so can someone help me to explain what are social norms for 2 seconds? I'm looking at the.
Then,
yes.
Please suggest that we pick one of our girls, not brides, as opposed to the global.
Okay, someone. I'm looking at the list. I can't see. Helen. I saw Helen coming in, so I'm going to pick her. Helen Kadogo, what are social norms? Is she in or she left already?
Hi.
Hi.
Wow, social norms that promote child marriage and FGM.
No, I just want you to say what are social norms. Don't say that we should promote. I want this, everybody is going to answer. What are social norms? Yeah.
Those are some of the beliefs and traditions that are so dearly held by the community. And okay, to you it may be a myth, but to the community, it is so dear to them, and therefore it makes every girl to want to undergo the FGM, because sometimes they will say, if you don't do this or this.
Don't say it. Don't give people more Kenya.
All right.
I saw a hand up and it went down. Low-key, something 25. Low. Do you still want to talk? Okay, anybody else whose hand is up? Okay, I think you guys are smart. You already know what social norms are. So let's get to answering the question, what norms promote child marriage and FGM in your community? And again, I am going to do the drawing and separate. Excuse my line. I'm not an artist. I apologize. So, what norms promote FGM and child marriage in your community? Let's see. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Leseketi 25. Please type in the Jamboard. Go to the next. If you're okay, unless I'm assuming you guys are lost. Can you see? If you're not seeing this, let me know. Can you see? Thank you. I've seen this. If you're not seeing, just click the next and you'll see number 2. So you go 2. Don't go past 2. Just go to 2. Thank you. I can see them coming in. Thank you. Illiteracy. Thank you. It's a rite of passage. The person who was arranging for me, I think, will help me that. Patriarchy again, just coming back. Okay. What social norms promote child marriage and FGM in your community? FGM promotes child. Where does it go? Stigma. Okay. We are 38 of us on the Jamboard. I want to see us doing this, guys. Let's come. If you're stuck, let me know. Men cannot marry from their own. Okay. Men cannot marry women from their own age group. Okay. Wow. Okay. Unfit girls are okay. Dependency, desperation. Girls have to be cut in order to have children. Cultural bondage. Believe uncut girls are fit for marriage. They believe it is a rite for passage. Like lowering sexual urges for women. Men cannot marry women from their own age group, so they have to marry younger ones, right? I'm assuming that is that. I would want to hear more from the person who wrote that. I believe uncut women are immature. Let them come, keep coming. You're the guys who work in the community. Stigma. FGM promotes child marriage. Okay? Let's keep them coming, people. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Guys, are you still stuck on slide 1?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're stuck, can you see my arrow? So let me go back to slide 1. So this is slide 1. To go to slide 2, click on this arrow. Can you see it?
Yes, yes.
Click there and click next frame, and it will come to 2.
Okay.
Seen it?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming, keep them coming. Okay, girls considered to be source of wealth. Nice, okay. Okay, Child marriage doesn't have as many social norms as FGM, or we don't have child marriage people here in this group. So guys in Migori in Nairobi, I am guessing you are having a challenge because you're not using many computers. So you can have one person do the typing and put for you. You just pick them out and then you have someone typing it out for you. For Migori and maybe in Nairobi, but I'm seeing Nairobi, most of you have your own computer also. So for Migori, you can have someone type them out for you and they put them out. So just, I don't know who has Victor. I think I saw Victor. I think Victor can be able to type it out. Okay. Are we done? And cat girls cannot pick vegetables. Keep them coming. Okay, for those ones, maybe I'm guessing there are people who are new because I've seen people have already started writing here. You click here. These are called sticky notes. Okay, click there. And then it's out.
Ten minutes, Jenny.
Oh my goodness. And I have like 2 more slides to go. So I'm just showing for those ones who don't have. So, okay, I can see a lot of social norms. Okay, we'll move to the next one. Okay, and then so we can have a discussion. So Anta, just to have a discussion, can you add me 10 more minutes so we can have a discussion around this? So you can see they believe that it is rite of passage. Okay, there's something I wanted us to have. And cat girls are unclean. Believe that kids born from young parents have a high IQ. Who that? I want to hear them. Who that if you have a high you have kids at young age, you have a high IQ. Yes? Yes?
Wongo.
Please mute your mics. Mute your mics if you're not talking. Sammy, come up. I think Helen Gadogo, please mute your mic.
Thank you. So let's move to the next slide because I've been given 10 minutes. Let's move to the next slide, and slide number 3. This is where, so I'm going to skip this because what are the factors that promote this one? I'm going to skip this one and go to the next one, the solution ones. So go to slide number 4, and a lot of people have left. I'm left with less than 15 people. How can we collectively or as individuals challenge these social norms? I want us to answer this. So we have seen the norms in slide number 2. Okay. So in slide number 4, I want us, how can we collectively or as individuals challenge some of these norms? Okay. Collectively as Girls Not Bride Kenya, or as an organization or a consortium in your county, and as individuals, as you as an individual person, but you as an individual organization, how can we collectively or as individuals challenge some of these norms? Okay, let's go to slide number 4. It's the same thing. Click here until you get to 4. And I'm left alone, guys. Where are people? Educating the community. Yes, let's keep on coming by empowering girls in the society. Being change agents. Thank you. Let's keep them coming. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Aye, guys, we are 38 and I can only see 5. How can we challenge? How can we? Partnership among organizations, supporting local NGO, CBOs, marrying and cut girls, be role models, keep them coming. Keep them coming, guys. Sustained advocacy. Keep them coming. The 36 of us, please, let's do this. Building communities of practice against FGM and child marriage. Yeah. Yeah, keep them coming. Religious leaders raise their voices. Keep them coming. Creating awareness. Keep them coming, guys. Reporting violations. Holding governments accountable. Keep them coming. Amplifying voices of survivors. Keep them coming, guys. Social media campaigns. Keep them coming, guys. Stories of change. I love the way this Jamboard is looking. Nolene, you have a lot of work. Trying to create space. So as you can see, we need to do from my look, because I don't think I have time. How many minutes do I have? Have 10 minutes to go. So creating awareness is coming over and over as an individual and also as a collective action, okay? Empowering girls is coming as a collective action. Being a role model, okay? It's empowering, and being a role model, it's coming as an individual, okay? Amplifying girls' voices is coming both as an individual and also as a collective action, okay? Building communities of practice against FGM and child marriage. It's coming as a collective action. Supporting local CDOs, I think this comes as, I don't know, I would want to hear from this person what they meant by support. Is it an individual, as organizations, or is it collectively? Can we do it as collectively, okay? Providing safe places for shelter for girls, okay? Sustaining conversation to challenge a community, okay? So this is how we can work. As you can see, this is what you have just said, is how we can build a movement of challenging, okay? Of challenging these social norms, okay? Because you are seeing, when why I wanted you to think about FGM and child marriage is from your own individual. Are the pain points? What are the pain points when you're thinking about child marriage? And as you can see, you cannot justify the pains, okay? Because I'm going to go back to slide 1. You can continue typing in slide 4. I just want to have a conversation on slides 1 and 2. So as you can see in slide 1, slide 1 showed your perspective. Yeah, showed your perspective. Okay, your perspective of child marriage and FGM. Okay, slide 2 is the community's perspective of child marriage and FGM. And slide 4, I skipped slide 3, but we'll do it another day when you have time. And slide 4 was basically, this is the community's perspective of child marriage and FGM. And slide 4 is what we need to do to end FGM and child marriage. I have one more slide in my presentation. I don't know if I have time. I was asked to do this, and it's a quick one. Do I have the time?
A quick one for 5 minutes is fine, Jen. Then we have to break as we come. Yeah.
Just one slide. So I think I'll just talk through it because my computer is taking forever to load. So I'm just going to talk through it. So so how can we use media, okay, to be able to change social norms? Number one is to be able to capacitate the media, okay? Use the capacity of the media to be able to tell stories from your perspective, not from their perspective. Those of us who went to journalism school or com school, we were taught on how to tell stories, but we do not know the pains that you, as an FGM survivor, or the person who is working with a child, who you have rescued a child from child marriage, capacitate them with skills, okay, with knowledge, okay, of how to tell the stories from your perspective, okay? And then number 2, give them the resources. You know, I work with a lot of journalists, and one thing they tell me, Jennifer, you're telling us to go tell that story, but you've not given us the data, okay? I'm just talking simple things. You've not given us the data to be able to tell those stories, okay? You tell us to go to tell the stories, but you have not given us like a case study, okay? If you want the journalists to someone please mute something.
Sorry, mute. Claudia, please mute your mic. Thank you. Proceed, Jen.
So number 2 is give them the resources. Okay, give them the resources. This is data. Okay, give them case studies for them to be able to go and interview. Okay, and then if you have financial resources, give them financial resources, because someone wants to go to Samburu to tell a story and they don't have money. They are based in Nairobi. They don't have the money to go to and tell your story in Samburu, or go to Marakwet, or go to Migori, Kuria. Okay, so if you have some resources, give these journalists some money to go and do, even if it's a digital journal. Let me reiterate, because my digital guys are going to kill me. I'm not just talking about mainstream media, I'm also talking about digital media. So these guys, they also want resources. Don't tell them, go tweet for me, but they will probably tweet better when they're in Migori. You know, they will tweet better if they are in Samburu. And Victor should say amen at that juncture, because I know one of those guys. So so how can you can, and then number 3, be the media friend, okay? Don't go to media, because this is something I hear over and over again. They just come to us when they have a launch or they have an event, okay? They don't give us sustainancy. They just come to us when they have. Be the media friend. Let that friendship be sustainable, okay? It's not friendship when it is needed. It's when we need you. It's friends when all throughout, because this kind of friendship with the media actually has benefits, okay? And the benefits is I can tell you, the people, the journalists who I work with, if they come to me when they want to do a story, or they want to go pitch stories to their editors, they come and say, I want to tell this story from this angle. Do you think it will go through? I say, oh, tweet here, tweet here, tweet here. It will go, okay? And it goes. Most of the time they will go and they go, oh yeah, it went through here, go watch or go read, you know, because they want to be your friends throughout, not just once, but throughout. And Mildred, being an active journalist, will agree with me. You just don't want to be a friend when we are having this workshop, but you want to be Girls Not Bride friends throughout. So that is my presentation. as I said, I'm Jennifer Kaberi. I work with Mtoto News. These amazing guys in Migori and Nairobi. Yeah, I work with those guys. So thank you so much and God bless you. I hope I've been able to, it has been beneficial. It has been beneficial. Please let me see a thumbs up to encourage me. So
thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Please stay there in case there are questions. And please, before the thumbs up, if you want to engage Jenny very quickly, I am generous to give her 3 minutes before we break. Okay, 2.5. Questions on discussions on that amazing presentation on the Jamboard. And I think it's a very wonderful resource, especially for you when you're sitting down with your teams, or even when you're sitting down with the communities where people are a bit apprehensive to talk, or maybe people are a bit, I mean, it's important that people can put on their thoughts there and we can harvest what those thoughts are. Anybody who wants to engage Jenny very quickly, she has talked about very many things that normally take like 2 weeks to train on. Media communications, going out there, looking at those gray lines when you're trying to pick out the discrepancies in inequalities and, you know, gender dynamics. Somebody has talked about it. You know, sometimes we wonder, but why do we pursue this for girls and we are not pursuing that for boys? People do not see the patriarchy within all these areas that are seen as gray areas. But we in the field know that it's not gray, it's actually black and white. We know that the discrimination is there. Anybody wants to engage Jane briefly? Well then, with that, if you could kindly put on your cameras and just clap for Jenny. She needs to see it. Please put on your cameras before we break for tea, where you have to come back with your cup. Thank you, Gabriela, Mwanaisha, Millicent, Dorcas. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can see you, Nerida, Monica, Mararo, Grace. I can see you. Thank you very much. Evelyn, George Ndongo, great to see you. Thank you, Migori team, great to see you. Good people, it's so good to see you. When we come back in 10 minutes, I will kindly ask you to really come back with a cup. All I'm asking for is a cup. Thank you, Jenna Nyango. You already brought your blue cup. So in 10 minutes, go fix yourself something to drink. Just come back with a cup. And this time now, I really need everybody on camera with that cup. Trust me, it's so critical for me. Thank you very much, people. Let's clap for ourselves. We break for 10 minutes. At exactly 11:10, we are back to proceed. At exactly 11:10. Thank you very much.
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The joint general comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow. First, in the joint general comment, and which I fully support, is that the age of marriage without exception is 18.
The general comment, therefore, has a very wide scope. It includes not only girls who are involved, already involved in child marriage, but those who are at risk of child marriage, and even adults, women who are today adults but who were married at the age of below 18.
We know, and as has been published, including by the UN and by the African Union, that we have the highest prevalence of child marriage in Africa, where more than 12 million girls are married each year globally, and the highest numbers are in Africa. In West Africa, we have countries like Niger, like Burkina Faso, where over 65% of girls are married under the age of 18. Here in Southern Africa, we have countries like Malawi, where 42% are married under age of 18. Here in my country, in Zimbabwe, it's over 30%.
In 2014, the African Union launched a campaign to end child marriages on the African continent. And in the same year, in July of the same year, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights then passed Resolution 292, which was a resolution commissioning mandating the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to commission a 10-country study to assess the prevalence of child marriages on the African continent, as well as to assess the legislative provisions that were in place in different countries to protect the rights of children from child marriages. In that resolution, the African Commission mandated the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to work with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in developing this general comment, and also to work with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, providing technical support in the research work.
When it comes to women's rights organizations, it's such a powerful tool because they can use it for advocacy, to teach other human rights-based organizations, to teach even their national governments on what it entails and why there's a need to ensure that the Maputo Protocol is domesticated for those who have ratified and for ratification for the countries which are yet to ratify.
Africa has some of the most progressive policies for ending early child and forced marriages, such as the Maputo Protocol and the African Children's Charter.
التغيير حصل على المرأة والطفل في السودان بعد توقيع مبوتو فتح مساحة كبيرة جدا للمشاركة للمرأة في كل المجالات ومنها المجال السياسي.
We really expect that this African human rights systems is able to operate without any interference, so that the rights of women can be progressive in our countries. The rights of the girl child are also upheld, so that women and girls can participate in the social structure of their countries without any hindrances.
Now that we have the joint general comment on ending child marriages, I think it is important for the African Commission as well to work hand in glove with the committee to ensure that state parties to both the African Children's Charter and the Maputo Protocol start the important work of harmonizing their laws to ensure that marriages take place with adults above the age of 18.
When I was 12 years, mama vakashaya 12 years kudaro ndakasara nevanhu vaindichengeta havana kukwanisa kuda kuti ndienderere mberi nechikoro. Saka nekudaro ndakafunga kuti solution pane zvandikuita chikoro ndatadza kuenda panapa upenyu hwandinorarama hwakakurowa. Ndane 15 years.
Ndichiri mwana chaiye. Ndapinda mumba ndine makore anoita 16. Ndakasangana nematambudziko akawandisa. Sezvo ndiri mwana mudiki. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekurohwa. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekutukwa. Zvairema zvairwadza nokuti ndichiri mwana mudiki. Saka ndinototenda nekuzointroducwa kwakaitwa RMT, Rosary Memorial Trust, munharaunda. Takazotorwawo madzimai echidiki kusanganisirwa ini tikapinzwawo munhanga. Hurumende dzemuno muAfrica dzese dzabatana. Vana vasikana vasimudzirwa vapedza dzidzo yavo kusvika kuyunivhesiti chaiko. Ende vapfuurawo pamakore avo 18 years vanofana kupfuura varambe vachimboenderera mberi nedzidzo.
Being deliberate, grounded, and guided by collective action is the only way to deliver for women and girls affected by violations such as early child and forced marriages.
My destiny is bright. I choose to get out of the dark. I will defend my right from now onwards. It's a new dawn for children. Arise and shine.
Every year, 10 million girls are forcibly married before the age of 18 in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe.
That is something like 25,000 girls every day.
People don't seem to talk much about child brides. Perhaps it is seen as a family issue and not a public one, or a cultural issue and not one of human rights. But I cannot stay silent.
This is a grave human rights issue, but it's also a development issue. How can you improve girls' education when they're taken out of school to be married? How can you reduce maternal or child mortality when girls are giving birth at 12 or 13? How can you reduce poverty when child marriage perpetuates poverty?
People may say it is tradition. It cannot change. But I know it is not true. Traditions can change because they are made by people.
Great change can happen in a single generation. I know this to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Change happens through protecting girls' rights in law and practice, empowering them to take control of their own bodies and destinies, and to even become leaders and change makers themselves.
Once you have women liberated, it's amazing how many other problems get resolved. Poverty, education, health. Women are the key in any community.
Change happens through raising community awareness of the dangers of child marriage and the benefits of stopping this practice. This is happening on a small scale, but change is far too slow.
Just imagine what would happen if we invest more in girls, enabling them to make choices, to earn a living with dignity, to break the cycle of illiteracy, the cycle of ill health, the cycle of poverty that traps them and their communities.
Imagine if we connect all those around the world who are working bravely to end child marriage. Imagine the scale of change possible.
We can do more than imagine. We can end child marriage now. Let girls be girls and not brides.
We are girls, not brides.
a girl and not a bride.
We say no.
Leseketeti, I can't see it. Evelyn Presh, today you're not there with me, my sister. Where's your mug? Living Swahili interpreter, Kevin. Mtoto News, is this good enough for a photo, really? Is it good enough?
Half of the guys have not lifted up. They have not switched on. Like half.
Oh, and we need to take this picture.
Yeah.
We need to take this picture. Thank you, Millicent, for a whole thermos, and you had better finish what's in there. Thank you. Oh, what do you guys think? We do need the picture, though. George Ndongo, where are you, my brother? John Kogada, Teresa, Caroline Langat, Helen Gazogo. Oh, Kevin Anyonge, where are you? Oh, Jenny, what do we do, Jenny?
So I'm going to take the first page, and then the second page, half of them have not done.
Okay.
So at least I just need Evelyn Prech, or is it Patch, to switch on, and Grace Ambira.
Grace Ambira is switching on with a mug. Thank you. Come closer to the camera, Grace. Thank you. And Vincent of Youth and FGM. Then you have the first picture full, isn't it, Jenny?
Yes, this one is full. So yes.
Except Vincent, Youth and FGM. Where are you, Vincent?
That one is full.
Vincent.
Okay. So this other page is
almost full. Please lift your mugs. Imagine this exercise we are doing is making us sweat. So it's a good exercise of your hands and the mug up.
So let's John Kagado, Helen Gadogo, Kevin Anyonge.
Sorry, Mildred, I'm having issues with my screen on showing pictures. Sorry.
Oh, Vincent, we are missing your cap. Peter Masharia is even falling asleep holding his mug, but because he's a good man, he will not sleep. He will wait for the next session. Thank you, Peter. Jenny, is this okay? Maybe for now, just for today, then we can try.
Yeah, but there are some guys who have dropped off and they
hold up your caps. Believe me, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. You ask me why at the end of this training, I'll tell you, it's a good thing.
Claudia,
Kevin Anyonge, Dorcas Wege, George Dorcas, living interpreter.
Mildred, Nairobi team says that Evelyn's cap is very nice.
Where's Evelyn? Evelyn, let us see your cap. We have to see it, Evelyn. Please show us. You know, some of us have what is called bilauri.
And the sun behind her.
Yes. That's really nice. That's really nice. I think we just make do with this, Jen. Is that okay?
Yes, at least I have everybody.
Okay. Everybody. So should we drink, Jen? So it is evidence we are drinking. I've lost Jenny. Okay, Jen is drinking. Good. Cheers, everybody, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want all of us to try and sit back and be calm for the next session as we reflect and think. The next session is a session where we have to just try and tune our minds towards creating change, towards creating successes. But we can't do this unless we are clear in our minds why we fight. From the conversations we have had since yesterday, I do realize, and many times you pick areas of gray when you're trying to talk about girls' rights, when you're trying to talk about women's rights. But you can't talk about those in a vacuum unless you understand the nitty-gritty, the small things that happen in our lives all the time that we don't focus on, and yet they pick on issues of discrimination, and yet we should question. I want to run a very quick slide for you. Because there are things that happen with us that we do not think twice about, but they are discriminatory, so that you can start tuning your mind into understanding. Is this showing? Can you see my slide?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. We have to think about, and that's why I say, can we sit back and just reflect a little bit very quickly? We have stereotypes that are in black and white, but we don't see. When you say, I am an advocate to end child marriage, I am an advocate to end FGM, what you're saying is that you are an advocate, an activist for women, girls' rights. But why? You can't stand in a vacuum and say it is because children are being married off in my head. No. You have to actually put it wholesomely why there is discrimination. And often we don't see it. I just want to poke your conscience a little bit. Sanitary pads. You see, the girls we are advocating for, aged between 12 or 11, towards 11, 12, 13, 14, are girls who are actually in their adolescence. So they have menses. So they need sanitary pads. So let me understand something, my colleagues. When we are advocating to end FGM and add child marriage, do we think about those girls in the sphere of every month they need to have pads? These girls also, because you'll move me from a child marriage, or you'll save me from FGM. Will you dump me? I need sanitary pads. Do we ask the questions why a pad is 50 shillings and a packet of Durex condoms is 10 bob, when we know that menses are natural, biological, while sex is a choice? Do we question those things? That why is always 50 bob, a pad 50 bob, or 40 or 60 or 70 or more, and a condom is 10 bob, and in the box you have 3, yet that is a choice. Somebody talked about patriarchy. We were asking about patriarchy. It comes in like that. Do we ask ourselves questions like, when in our areas, and fine, I'm not talking here about child marriage or ending FGM. When you are a woman or a girl or a young woman, you want to run for office in your area, the questions that come to you are like this. The male politician is asked 2 things. Oh, what is your political ideology? What are you going to do for the people? That is all. But when you're a woman, when you're a girl, you ask, who is she married to? Who is your father? How many children do you have? Who's taking care of your children as you campaign? Did you get permission from your husband? Did your in-laws allow you? Who have you been sleeping with to get money for campaigns? Why didn't you choose another job fit for women? How do you balance motherhood and policy? What kind of, the list is endless. It could not fit on my screen. Do we ask ourselves those questions? Because we cannot campaign for girls' rights in a vacuum. Do we look at objectification, at how women are presented, girls are presented? That if a girl today does so well, acts so well, is in the front pages, is in the media agendas at the top, the first thing the media will see, and I'm from the media, so I'm guilty as charged, the first thing they would see is objectification. They talk about her dressing, they talk about her breasts, if they're standing nicely, the body shame, and talk about whether she's fat or thin or whatever. Look at this. 2 brilliant, amazing women from across the world talking about serious things, leading their countries, and all that the Daily Mail could say on the front page is, never mind Brexit, who won Lexit. Do we see the patriarchy hidden? Do we see the sexism in the line of patriarchal influence? Even when you're talking about ending child marriage, when you're talking about ending FGM. You have to connect those dots to that discrimination that is in the society we live in. We can't do it in a vacuum. When Millie Odhiambo strode out of parliament, she never stripped, she just removed her shoes. But the cartoonist, because Millie is a woman, saw it fit to actually strip her naked and let her carry her panty. Do you want to tell me that if this was a man, stepping out of parliament without his shoes, do you think they're going to paint him naked with his boxers? No. Sexism, do we see it when you're urging for ending child marriage and FGM? Do we see it? Even global leaders from the global north are not spared the objectification. Trust me, that's a picture of Angela Merkel. In the history we are in our lifetime right now, there is no woman president who has matched the kind of leadership Angela Merkel has had in Germany and across the European Union. And she is exiting with her head held high. But a cartoonist deems it fit to caricature her with her breasts as sprawling out and children or whoever it is sucking from her breast. A whole president who has achieved so much. Do we see the objectification? Do we see the discrimination? Do we see the discrepancies that women are always put in the light of objectification? When it is FGM, their private parts, objectified. You cut her so we can marry her. Do we see her? Do we see the difference? Child marriage. I don't know. I need statistics. When Dr. I forget his name yesterday and Arwin were presenting issues about data and statistics, have we ever researched as campaigners and advocates of ending child marriage and FGM, which is the youngest age a boy was ever married off globally? Then you come to Africa, which is the youngest a child was ever married off. I know that Indians and other communities, they book their wives, a child is born, but they book. And then they wait slightly. And then when the child is around 5 or 6 or 7, they actually marry off these children. Can we certify that? Can we look into our own Kenya and say, who is the youngest married off in this Kenya that we can say this is the youngest? Joan of France, Duchess of Berry, aged 12, but this is 1476. Married off at age 8 days old. She was officially married at the age of 12 in 1470 to her cousin who was 14. But for me, I want to throw this over to you. We are talking about child marriage. Who is the youngest? What was the youngest age of a child marriage across the world and in Kenya that you ever come across? We are talking about ending FGM. Which is the youngest? What is the youngest age of a girl mutilated? Helene and I, once in a conference 2 years ago, I think it was in Senegal, and we learned that in Nigeria, they cut the girls at childbirth. They mutilate them at childbirth. By the time they're 6 days old, they're already cut. Can we try and find out whether in Kenya, we cut our children at 6 years old? So this is just to annoy you. Statistics, when people say, oh, but these women, oh yeah, heads of state out of it. Let me not even annoy you with that one. I love this email. Every time I work, I understand why I work. That's our own African Union with very many presidents in dark suits. Can you spot a woman? Can you spot a woman? The reason why we fight are because of things like this. Saudi Arabia, amazing people, amazing men. They hold an all-male women's rights conference. An all-male women's rights conference. They even had a theme around it. In 2012, the theme was women and society. So these people you're seeing here were talking about women and society in this conference. I want to stop sharing this one and quickly tell you why this session that we are about to have is important. While you're still thinking about it, please mute your phones, please mute your microphones. While you're still thinking about it, we have to know when we are successful in creating our desired change. But when I sat and I was reflecting about this, are we successful? Are we making headway? The things I found were actually even more annoying. So allow me again to quickly share my screen. while you're thinking about that, we pledge to end, to end CM and FGM. Is Kenya really committed? There was a lot of talk yesterday. I loved the government approaches. The breakdown by Madame Bernadette really showed us that the anti-FGM board is serious, it's focused, and you know, there are very many strategies, policies, structures in place that are able to address the issues we are fighting about. I loved when Honorable Kilimo was really giving a breakdown about what they have done in the ministry, what they continue to do, and how we continue to push. It makes you feel like we really are a priority as we fight to end FGM. But let me to end FGM and child marriage. You know, this story broke my heart a lot. This was 15th July 2020. I don't know whether we saw it. A Kenyan 12-year-old girl married to 2 men within a month. 2 men. Let me read it again. A Kenyan 12-year-old girl married to 2 men within a month. She was rescued in Kenya after she was married off to 2 men in the span of 1 month in Narok. The girl's father, Narok County, forced her to marry a 51-year-old man. Apparently, she escaped after staying there. I don't know, and I think some of you are familiar with the story. She escaped and then got married to a 35-year-old man before being rescued by a children's rights campaigner and government official. So this child, in her wisdom, decided, this one is 51. Maybe this slightly younger one. But the younger one is 35. For God's sake, she is 12. So that means that still, this 35 is 23 years older than her. How does it happen while we are still there as advocates and activists that a 12-year-old child caught in frustrations, caught in all this, is married twice to this old man, where we have laws, where we have everything in alert? We have many promises as a country. Yesterday, I had quite a bit, and maybe I didn't capture them all. We have pledged to end FGM by 2022. That is good. By 2022. Please do the maths. That's how many years away? But here, you will see that human rights campaigners, women's rights campaigners are saying this goal is actually unrealistic due to insecurity and high prevalence rates in some parts of the East African nation. You see, when our president speaks very confidently, Kenya commits to eliminate FGM by 2022. He told a global conference. But then you see, we back here, of course, again, are saying no, but it's not realistic. So when should we end it? When should we end it? If the answer is not right here, right now, I don't know. When should we end it? That also supposed to be the pledge. Kenya tribal elders vow to end FGM child marriage in milestone for girls. I see this. We had this discussion yesterday in Samburu, isn't it? And we were told that the elders have decided that they will end it. They're tired. And I hate it when the media also uses terms important milestone in boosting girls' rights. Why is our rights have to be boosted? We have every right to be here as girls. You know, it's not a privilege, it's our right. It's a girl's right to go to school, not to be married off. How do we present it? But the elders have said that we will ensure that this is followed through. Those who do not adhere to what they say, we will involve chiefs. Our work right now is to actually take the elders into account. If we're from this region, and even if we're not from this region, are we able to pursue and follow and see, are they following through? Are they really following through? Or do we wait until next year and have another conference? Kenya just committed to ending gender-based violence in 5 years. In 5 years, Equality Now had this article in June. In 5 years, actually on August 10th, Caroline, you're there, you will attest to it. On August 10th, Kenya has made a valiant decision to end GBV, including sexual violence, by 2026. The bar keeps moving, and that is what is worrying me. It keeps moving. At first it's 2022, then it's 2026, then it's 2035, while girls die. That's my worry. So what are we doing about it as advocates in this space? Another one, now government has committed to end child marriage by 2030. Remember the Nairobi summit, the ICPD summit? And the president was very bold and categorical. I believe we can all commit to eliminate child marriages. Look at our estimates. And the president knows what the problem is. Early marriage denies our girls a chance to achieve their full. We all know, we all seem to know the right things. My worry is that we all seem to say the right things. And it is sad when now we, who are the advocates, who are the activists, who are the champions for child marriage and FGM, also start talking politically correct things without actually pushing the bar for change. Look at that list of promises and pledges. You are activists, you are advocates, you are campaigners. What are you gonna do with that list? How do we hold the government accountable? We wait for the next promise? Remember yesterday, 23 girls, 1 minute. 23 girls, 1 minute. Now I take it that we started our meeting, the discussion started at around 9:14. 9:14. My mathematicians, as we move on, if we do the calculations now at 11:35, please tell me how many girls those are. 9:14, stop at 11:35. Please tell me, put it in the chat. 23 girls, 1 minute. 1 minute, 23 girls. 1 minute, 23 girls. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes addressing these things to many of us becomes same old, same old. What is not right is when we, the ones who are the change makers, the change pushers, are actually seen as being also same old, business as usual. That we are writing the same reports back to donors, that we are sitting in the same meeting, that we are writing the same things. We can write a whole proposal with our eyes closed. We can write a whole recommendation of what needs to be done with our eyes closed, but we are not pushing the bar a little bit to really transform. That is my worry. That is my worry. Do we have calculations? 9:14, 11:35. How many girls are those? 23 girls per minute. And with that, we come to the session where we need to break again into groups. We need to break again into group work. 3 groups, knowing when we are successful in creating desired change. And I need you to be brutally honest with yourselves. Are we really successful? Are we really transforming? Look at the numbers. Look at the data given yesterday. Knowing when we are successful in creating desired change. Mtoto News, I don't know whether you are ready with the session. Okay, we have 3 groups. Just a minute. We have 3 groups. Did you get the calculations? 1 minute, 23 girls. We've stopped at 11:35. What happened to my mathematicians this morning? Knowing when we are successful. Room 1, what unintended consequences are common in programs that address child marriage and FGM in tandem? How can this be overcome? I'm really keen on the how can this be overcome. And I do not want to hear how can this be overcome through a meeting, through putting resources. No, please give us specific tangible suggestions. What are the key indicators for success in initiatives that address child marriage and FGM in tandem? Can this be improved? Please be very specific. The problem we have as advocates, as activists in this space, we repeat the same thing without feeling it. We repeat the same thing because we've been in so many meetings, we can just say the right thing. What do we know about how social norms interventions have impacted on FGMC and EMC interventions? Work with traditional leaders, men and boys, etc. We have to be specific. Please, I urge that as you're moving, thank you from Migori. I'm told the calculation is 32:43. So this morning, Since we started 9:14 up to 11:35, we are stuck at 11:35, is 3,243 girls forced into marriage globally. It's okay, let us go on. Now, as we move to the rooms, Jenny, do you want to guide us on moving to the rooms and what we need to do?
Hello, everyone. Again, like yesterday, we have 3 rooms and we have facilitators in each room waiting for you. So again, we are not going to choose the room for you. You have to choose the room for yourself. And after we are going to give you 45 minutes. And then after, is it 45? Yeah, 45 minutes. And then we are going to come back. Okay, so the rooms will start in a bit. The room will start, please. I don't know what has happened. Someone has recreated the rooms. Oh, okay. So what happened when my internet went off? It also went off with the rooms.
Do you need to restart?
No, actually, people are already in the rooms.
Oh,
so
good.
yeah, I've seen people in the room.
Although we still have like 33 here.
So let me just increase the minutes to.
We are actually to give them 30.
We give them 30?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I think, yeah, we can give them 30.
Okay.
But the time is really crazy.
Okay, so you choose the room. So I see you already been pre whatever. So I'm going to start the whatever, and then you can choose. I'm going to project the rooms again, and then you can choose the room that you want.
Hey, I can see the rooms. Okay.
Are we okay joining the rooms?
We still have a few people here. Please, Marlene, Marvel, Mwanaisha, Vincent, please move to your rooms. Dorcas, please move. Marlene or Marvel, you're not doing the moving. Marlene, Mwanaisha,
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The Joint General Comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow. First, in the Joint General Comment, and which I fully support, is that the age of marriage without exception is 18.
The General Comment, therefore, has a very wide scope. It includes not only girls who are already involved in child marriage, but those who are at risk of child marriage, and even adults, women who are today adults but who were married at the age of below 18.
We know, and as has been published, including by the UN and by the African Union, that we have the highest prevalence of child marriage in Africa, where more than 12 million girls are married each year globally, and the highest numbers are in Africa. In West Africa, we have countries like Niger, like Burkina Faso, where over 65% of girls are married under the age of 18. Here in Southern Africa, we have countries like Malawi, where 42% are married under the age of 18. Here in my country, in Zimbabwe, it's over 30%.
In 2014, the African Union launched a campaign to end child marriages on the African continent. And in the same year, in July of the same year, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights then passed Resolution 292, which was a resolution commissioning, mandating the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to commission a 10-country study to assess the prevalence of child marriages on the African continent, as well as to assess the legislative provisions that were in place in different countries to protect the rights of children from child marriages. In that resolution, the African Commission mandated the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to work with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in developing this general comment, and also to work with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, providing technical support in the research work.
When it comes to women's rights organizations, it's such a powerful tool because they can use it for advocacy, to teach other human rights-based organizations, to teach even their national governments on what it entails and why there is a need to ensure that the Maputo Protocol is domesticated for those who have ratified and for ratification for the countries which are yet to ratify.
Africa has some of the most progressive policies for ending early child and forced marriages, such as the Maputo Protocol and the African Children's Charter.
التغيير الحصل أو الحصل على المرأة والطفل في السودان بعد توقيع موبوتو فتح مساحة كبيرة جدا للمشاركة للمرأة في كل المجالات ومنها المجال السياسي.
We really expect that these African human rights systems is able to operate without any interference, so that the rights of women can be progressive in our countries. The rights of the girl child are also, upheld, so that women and girls can participate in the social structure of their countries without any hindrances.
Now that we have the Joint General Comment on ending child marriages, I think it is important for the African Commission as well to work hand in glove with the committee to ensure that state parties to both the African Children's Charter and the Maputo Protocol start the important work of harmonizing their laws to ensure that marriages take place with adults above the age of 18.
When I was 12 years, mama vashaya ne 12 years kudaro. Ndakasara nevanhu vaindichengeta. Vanhu vaindichengeta havana kukwanisa kuda kuti ndienderere mberi nechikoro. Saka nekudaro ndakafunga kuti solution pane zvandikuita izvo chikoro ndatadza kuenda panapa upenyu hwandorarama hwakaoma ndane 15 years.
Ndichiri mwana chaiye. Ndapinda mumba ndine makore anoita 16. ndakasangana nematambudziko akawandisa sezvo ndiri mwana mudiki. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekurohwa, ndakasangana nematambudziko ekutukwa. Zvairema, zvairwadza nokuti ndichiri mwana mudiki. Saka ndinototenda nekuzointroducwa kwaitwa RMT, Rosaria Memorial Trust, muno munharaunda. Takazotorwawo madzimai echidiki kusanganisiro ini, tikapinzwawo munhanga. Dai hurumende dzemuno muAfrica dzese dzabatana, vana vasikana vasimudzirwa, vapedza dzidzo yavo kusvika kuyunivhesiti chaiko, ende vapfuurawo pamakore avo 18 years vanofanira kupfuura varambe vachimboenderera mberi nedzidzo.
Being deliberate, grounded and guided by the only way to deliver for women and girls affected by violations such as early child and forced marriages.
My destiny is bright. I choose to get out of the dark. I will defend my right from now onwards. It's a new dawn for children. Arise and shine.
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality.
It's something like 25,000 girls every day.
People don't seem to talk much about child brides. Perhaps it is seen as a family issue and not a public one, or a cultural issue and not one of human rights. But I cannot stay silent.
This is a grave human rights issue, but it's also a development issue. How can you improve girls' education when they're taken out of school to be married? How can you reduce maternal or child mortality when girls are giving birth at 12 or 13? How can you reduce poverty when child marriage perpetuates poverty?
People may say it is tradition. It cannot change. But I know it is not true. Traditions can change because they are made by people.
Great change can happen in a single generation. I know this to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Change happens through protecting girls' rights in law and practice, empowering them to take control of their own bodies and destinies, and to even become leaders and change makers themselves.
Once you have women liberated, it's amazing how many other problems get resolved. Poverty, education, health. Women are the key in any community.
Change happens through raising community awareness of the dangers of child marriage and the benefits of stopping this practice. This is happening on a small scale, but change is far too slow.
Just imagine what would happen if we invest more in girls, enabling them to make choices, to earn a living with dignity, to break the cycle of illiteracy, the cycle of ill health, the cycle of poverty that traps them and their communities.
Imagine if we connect all those around the world who are working bravely to end child marriage. Imagine the scale of change possible.
We can do more than imagine. We can end child marriage now. Let girls be girls and not brides.
We all want to live in a better world, right? To see real change with equality for all. We've made progress, but change needs to happen fast enough. We are leaving behind too many women and girls. We are leaving behind too many child brides.
The Joint General Comment is an articulation which was provided by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Committee of Experts. And they really defined critical interpretation around child marriage and which our member states have to follow. First, in the Joint General Comment, and which I fully support, is that the age of marriage without exception is 18.
The General Comment, therefore, has a very wide scope. It includes not only girls who are already involved in child marriage, but those who are at risk of child marriage, and even adults, women who are today adults but who were married at the age of below 18.
We know, and as has been published, including by the UN and by the African Union, that we have the highest prevalence of child marriage in Africa, where more than 12 million girls are married each year globally, and the highest numbers are in Africa. In West Africa, we have countries like Niger, like Burkina Faso, where over 65% of girls are married under the age of 18. Here in Southern Africa, we have countries like Malawi, where 42% are married under the age of 18. Here in my country, in Zimbabwe, it's over 30%.
In 2014, the African Union launched a campaign to end child marriages on the African continent. And in the same year, in July of the same year, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights then passed Resolution 292, which was a resolution commissioning, mandating the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to commission a 10-country study to assess the prevalence of child marriages on the African continent, as well as to assess the legislative provisions that were in place in different countries to protect the rights of children from child marriages. In that resolution, the African Commission mandated the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa to work with the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in developing this general comment, and also to work with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, providing technical support in the research work.
When it comes to women's rights organizations, it's such a powerful tool because they can use it for advocacy, to teach other human rights-based organizations, to teach even their national governments on what it entails and why there is a need to ensure that the Maputo Protocol is domesticated for those who have ratified and for ratification for the countries which are yet to ratify.
Africa has some of the most progressive policies for ending early child and forced marriages, such as the Maputo Protocol and the African Children's Charter.
التغيير الحصل أو الحصل على المرأة والطفل في السودان بعد توقيع موبوتو فتح مساحة كبيرة جدا للمشاركة للمرأة في كل المجالات ومنها المجال السياسي.
We really expect that these African human rights systems is able to operate without any interference, so that the rights of women can be progressive in our countries. The rights of the girl child are also, upheld, so that women and girls can participate in the social structure of their countries without any hindrances.
Now that we have the Joint General Comment on ending child marriages, I think it is important for the African Commission as well to work hand in glove with the committee to ensure that state parties to both the African Children's Charter and the Maputo Protocol start the important work of harmonizing their laws to ensure that marriages take place with adults above the age of 18.
When I was 12 years, mama vashaya ne 12 years kudaro ndakasara nevanhu vaindichengeta. Vanhu vaindichengeta havana kukwanisa kuda kuti ndienderere mberi nechikoro. Saka nekudaro ndakafunga kuti solution pane zvandiri kuita izvi kuchikoro ndatadza kuenda panapa upenyu hwandinorarama hwakakuroro ndane 15 years.
Ndichiri mwana chaiye. Ndapinda mumba ndine makore anoita 16. Ndakasangana nematambudziko akawandisa. Sezvo ndiri mwana mudiki. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekurohwa. Ndakasangana nematambudziko ekutukwa. Zvairema zvairwadza nokuti ndichiri mwana mudiki. Saka ndinototenda nekuzointroducwa kwaitwa RMT, Rosaria Memorial Trust, muno munharaunda. Takazotorwawo madzimai echidiki kusanganisirawo ini tikapinzwawo munhanga. Dai hurumende dzemuno muAfrica dzese dzabatana, vana vasikana vasimudzirwa vapedza dzidzo yavo kusvika kuyunivhesiti chaiko, ende vapfuurawo pamakore avo 18 years vanofanira kupfuura varambe vachimboenderera mberi nedzidzo.
Being deliberate, grounded, and guided by collective action is the only way to deliver for women and girls affected by violations such as early child and forced marriages.
My destiny is bright. I choose to get out of the dark. I will defend my right from now onwards. It's a new dawn for children. Arise and shine.
I'm a girl and not a bride.
Every year, 10 million girls are forcibly married before the age of 18 in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe.
That is something like 25,000 girls every day.
People don't seem to talk much about child brides. Perhaps it is seen as a family issue and not a public one, or a cultural issue and not one of human rights. But I cannot stay silent.
This is a grave human rights issue, but it's also a development issue. How can you improve girls' education when they're taken out of school to be married? How can you reduce maternal or child mortality when girls are giving birth at 12 or 13? How can you reduce poverty when child marriage perpetuates poverty?
People may say it is tradition. It cannot change. But I know it is not true. Traditions can change because they are made by people.
Great change can happen in a single generation. I know this to be true. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Change happens through protecting girls' rights in law and practice, empowering them to take control of their own bodies and destinies, and to even become leaders and change makers themselves.
Once you have women liberated, it's amazing how many other problems get resolved. Poverty, education, health. Women are the key in any community.
Change happens through raising community awareness of the dangers of child marriage and the benefits of stopping this practice. This is happening on a small scale, but change is far too slow.
Just imagine what would happen if we invest more in girls, enabling them to make choices, to earn a living with dignity, to break the cycle of illiteracy, the cycle of ill health, the cycle of poverty that traps them and their communities.
Imagine if we connect all those around the world who are working bravely to end child marriage. Imagine the scale of change possible.
We can do more than imagine. We can end child marriage now. Let girls be girls and not brides.
Every year, 10 million girls are forcibly married before the age of 18 in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe.
That is something like 25,000 girls.
Room
We are
two,
back, but
room
we hadn't
one.
finished.
Room one, not yet?
We hadn't finished, but I think we are back.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make an announcement that we have a slight, we are going to alter the program a little bit so that we can give room for more discussions. Then, of course, so group 1, I won't start with you. I will start with room 3, if that's okay, while you wrap up. Is that okay? Is that okay, room 1? We could start with room 2 or room 3 because room 1 were not ready and they're wrapping it up. The slight alteration we have to the program is to push session 8 to after lunch. There will be no presentation after lunch from me, but there will be a session 8 on preparing to plan that will be done by the rapporteurs. So from now to at least to 1, we have enough time to discuss and to present. I hope this is okay for everybody. Okay, and on that note, maybe Mtoto News, if we can, I think we can start with room 1. Do you want to start or should I start with room 2? Room 1?
I can start. I was facilitating room 2.
Millicent? It's Millicent in? Okay, you can go ahead.
Helen, you're in which room? Because Arwin was going to start from room 2.
Let her start. I'm in room 1.
You're in room 1. Okay,
Yeah.
then Arwin, I think you go ahead. Go ahead on room 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So excuse me a little bit. I've got a bit of a sore throat today, hopefully not COVID. So in our room, we discussed quite a few different elements of programming for child marriage and FGM and the different types of indicators that we need for them. So we talked about education and how some of the key indicators for that should be around school transition from primary to secondary school. When child marriage is charged as defilement and not actually child marriage. And so an increase time.
Recording in
The
progress.
situation on the ground, everybody knows that it's not the case that there's no FGM because it is still very widespread. So there's kind of an issue with reporting, which links also to the access to justice because the data doesn't reflect what is actually happening. So another indicator for success would be having more of these cases actually being reported and brought to the attention of the authorities. We talked about how a reduction in teen pregnancy is obviously an indicator that everybody would like to see, as well as reductions in forced abortion and cases of forced marriage. We talked a little bit about intermediate indicators because obviously reductions in child marriage and reductions in adolescent pregnancy and reductions in FGM are what we all ultimately want to see, but that there will be intermediate indicators that programming probably needs to capture as part of a long-term engagement with communities and girls. So we talked a little bit about building girls' agency. So particularly building girls' agency through things like life skills and CSE to give them that kind of empowerment for life. So not only to be able to object to undergoing FGM or to having an early marriage, but also one of the participants mentioned that this is something that sexual and reproductive health and rights is something that affects women and men and boys, obviously, for life. So it's about building skills at a young age that girls can take forward throughout the duration of their lives. We also talked about some of the challenges around adolescent pregnancy and how it's not as simple as things like access to contraception or girls' own is probably needed to alleviate some of the pressure on households so that girls don't find themselves being pushed by the situation that they find themselves in. And we talked about how in order to get some of these programs, there's the need for quite aggressive advocacy at the community level, and the need to really stimulate that more public participation in the budgetary process at the county level. So that should probably be provided by the government, are demanded by the and lastly, we talked about engaging men and boys, and everyone agrees that it's important, but it's quite complicated in terms of what we want to achieve. So obviously, the indicator of success would be things like changes in attitudes and behaviors. But in order to get to changes in attitudes and behaviors on the part of men and boys, there's probably the need to do quite in-depth analysis of existing attitudes and the perceptions that men and boys have towards FGM and child marriage and their perception of their acceptability. And one of the participants raised the point that FGM and the way that it's being practiced is already changing quite significantly, because we see a trend in things like medicalization, cross-border cutting. And so you can see that communities are already adapting to changes, and it's important to understand exactly why they're finding these new strategies to be able to continue with the practice and to understand the root causes before trying to change attitudes and behaviors. And lastly, we also talked about how it's not just about changing the attitudes of boys and men with regards to FGM and child marriage. It's also about making sure that they're included, so that nobody then comes and says, well, why is the focus on women and girls? What is in it for men? It should be about everyone being involved in the conversation together. So that was it from our group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arwin. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit of points down there. I'm just wondering, as I'm listening to you, whether, and not only for room 2, but for all of us really, whether we are able to address the elephant in the room when you're talking child marriage and using the terminology child marriage. And this one has come to me again because of your second point that's really strong, the point of charging child marriage with defilement as opposed to charging child marriage as a violation, as child marriage. Mm-hmm. What is always the elephant in the room when we are discussing child marriage is the fact that we all know for a fact that it's not a marriage. Mm. It's not a marriage. One of the things I think we need to think deeper as people working around, as advocates around it, is that it's not a marriage. We all understand that a marriage is consensual. Two adults have come together, they've agreed, they want to marry, whatever, but that's not what happens with the children. I would really love to hear the thoughts of not only room 2, but of everybody. And this has come out strongly with your point 2, where don't charge it as defilement, charge it as child marriage. Yet for eons, we are ransacking our brains about how to call it, because it's not a marriage. Am I throwing the spanner in the works? But it always bothers me. Because if you tell me today you're getting married, I'll be happy. I'll say, oh, Arwin is getting married, there's a wedding, there's what. But that's not what happens when the children are being dragged and violated into slavery. Somebody used slavery, and that was a strong term. That was a strong term. And I thought about it. Have we really thought about that? And then I'm wondering, according to you, room 2, defilement is a heavy sexual violation. It's a heavy sexual crime. We know that when a child is pushed into that marriage, of course, there's a sexual crime. Why did you feel that it should not be framed that way? You know, the framing is important. Please tell us a little bit more. And I think I love what you brought out because it's pushing us to think.
So it was not myself who raised this point. I think it was Evelyn. So I don't want to point fingers, but I don't know if Evelyn would like, or was it Caroline?
Caroline.
If you'd like to come in and share what your thinking was.
Yes. So Millicent, the point is not that defilement, they should not be charged with defilement at all. The point is that why can't child marriage be added as an alternative charge? Because for sure, when we speak with police officers, they usually say that, as you've rightly said, it's not easy to find evidence on child marriage because it's not really a marriage. It doesn't have all the requirements that a normal marriage has, the ceremony, the marriage certificate, all that. It doesn't have that. So how can you then, and also the child doesn't even have the agency to do that.
Yeah.
But the reason why we are saying that it should be added as an alternative charge is that then we can start discussing, we can start having conversations on how to deal with it in programs and also as the justice sector. Because if evidence cannot be collected like to prove a normal marriage, then that means we need to modify or what is it called? The proper word to find new ways of proving child marriage. Sorry.
We have to find new ways of redefining what that is.
No, not redefining, but proving it in court. Proving it in court. Proving child marriage in court, because prosecutors and police officers go straight away to defilement because that's, you can prove it. The medical examination is done. There's the PRC form, and then after the PRC form, and then also the sentence of defilement is very high. So that's for sure. Those two, it's a sure win for them. But then if we neglect child marriage, then we are not linking the two issues. We are not linking child marriage with the other issues that surround it. So it's important for us to also have child marriage as an alternative charge, so that this challenge of evidence can become something that is official, so that we can officially start discussing the issue, as opposed to just handling child marriage, defilement. And now you've seen conversations coming up of people saying most of these cases are Romeo and Juliet, which is not true. A high percentage of the defilement cases are actually adults with children.
Right. I hear you, and I get that point. The challenge, which I keep, yes, please.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion probably that you can expand, and I'm not sure if we have lawyers in the room today, because actually now, if you consider defilement or rape, that's categorized differently compared to child marriage, which probably fall under civil issues. So maybe we need to hear the voice of a lawyer, because like my colleague is saying, it can be very good and can give us even data that defines a defilement-related child marriage and a defilement that is not related to child marriage. And we will definitely have some data at the end of the day.
Right.
Maybe I can answer him. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Maybe I can answer him. Child marriage is not a civil issue. It's actually a criminal case. It's a criminal matter, because you're liable to sentencing in prison for a certain number of years. So it's not a criminal. It's not a civil case. And also, when I say that child marriage should be added as an alternative charge, it's not to all defilement cases. It's to those defilement cases that the prosecutor can actually see that the situation or that what actually happened was actually marriage, quote unquote, between this child, this adult and the child marriage. So in those cases.
I hear you, Caroline. There's a hand raised in Migori, but as we are going through that conversation, really, I just want us to really just think through the word marriage and what that is. Yes, Migori. Thank you, thank you. We'll keep discussing it, and still, I realize we are not actually touching on that elephant in the room. If we were able to term child rape as defilement, rape by relatives as incest, we should be able to give the proper, clear definition of this act of an adult owning, grabbing a child as a wife. Do you see my point? If we were able to actually distinguish and say this child is raped under 14, that's defilement. This one has been raped or sexually violated by the father or the uncle or the brother, that's incest. So what do we call the act of grabbing this child and making a child your wife? Room 1, are we ready? Thank you very much, room 2. Can we clap for you for all those points? I hope the rapporteurs are taking note. Thank you. Can we go now to room 2? Who's presenting for room 2?
I will be presenting Millicent Kindly project.
Sorry, who's speaking? I can't see you.
Helen.
Helen, okay. Oh, thanks, Helen.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all right. One. Yeah, I'll be presenting for group 1. This was about the unintended consequences in FGM and CFM programming. And we came up with the following points. Number 1, there is donor-driven agenda and funding in FGM and CFM programming, whereby you as players yourself, you understand the best strategies and the way forward and how it can be dealt with. But then the donor comes in with a different strategy and therefore dictating you on how to write this, the funding proposals, and therefore some of the whatever you wanted to be realized is not able to be realized. Number 2, FGM programming funded more as opposed to CFM programming. You'll see many people, personally also thought that FGM is a precursor to child marriage. But then today I've learned that not always, because we are having Homa Bay, they do not practice FGM, and yet the CFM is very high. Yeah, and therefore it is not always a precursor to CFM in all countries. Therefore, there is need to FAD-based, specific FAD to be directed to CFM. And we said what? We said that those players in this period of CFM, maybe they're not shouting enough. They need to come out, they need to bring it out so that everybody understands that there's a big problem. And as girls, not brides, maybe we need to really sit and discuss this so that we are able to also bring out this issue clearly to better understanding everybody, including government and the donors. We also looked at COVID-19 pandemic as another unintended issue. Definitely no organization or even government had anticipated this one to happen. And therefore it negated efforts by players, actors in mitigating against FGM and CFM. You see that when the pandemic hit, safe houses, health facilities, and other social support systems were closed down, including the schools. Children services were never, given that importance. They were not even identified as essential services, and therefore it brought in another problem.
unless kuna kitu yenye unasema hapo yenye unafeel iko represented.
Please mute your mic.
Kusema siku contribute.
All right. I thought somebody's fighting. Sorry. And therefore, a lot of girls, this presented some ripe environment, very enabling environment, where girls were taken through FGM forcibly and others married off immediately. And those who wished to even go back, run away, they would not run away. COVID-19 also brought the players back. We thought we were 10 years ahead, but it brought us back 10 years backward, because we thought we had realized many gains, but those gains we are thwarted and they were all watered down. We are again at square one where we are even talking about even advocacy, while we should be doing others programming. And changing trends in FGM practice, yes, this was not intended. That after now the 10 years we had that good advocacy and working and things were changing, that it was never intended that even the professionals themselves were going to be involved in it and start aiding the practice. And these are medical practitioners. So in came the medicalization of this, and done by professionals themselves, which is when the baby is born, we only expected that or thought that it's only the umbilical cord would be cut, but there are two things now are being cut. Yeah, so there's FGM done on the baby as well as the umbilical cord, and it's very hard to detect FGM being done in such whatever. Just like in COVID-19, these threads also change, because FGM would be done while the boys were being taken through FGM in seclusion. You cannot even tell. Then at the mid of the night, you cannot even tell. Yeah. Then the girls are being trafficked from one county to another county. So this has become a very big challenge and an intended consequence. Sustainability of safe spaces as a major challenge. We even discussed this yesterday. Many of these proposals and grants are not focusing on safe spaces. Neither the government is coming out with the sustainability of these safe spaces. So there is that challenge. These are very important safe spaces because they are the ones that are holding the survivors. So they need to be resourced. They need to be supported when it comes to resources. So funding of programs for short term, yeah, you get that a donor of funding will come for and given maybe 6 months or so, and that is so short to realize whatever changes you'd have. In development, we normally say sustainable development. So sustainable, activities that would address this problem cannot be realized within that short period. And then you also see some others coming in, some players registering today, some entities registering today because they are aware and they're sure they are going to get certain fund. And once that fund is exhausted, they close down, therefore leaving the community, in the same problem. And culture and social norms take long, yet donors fund limited project without provision of extension. Yeah, that is a big blow. Then occurrence of calamities like Haiti and Afghanistan. Yeah, those are all unintended, and definitely when it comes to natural calamities and health calamities, mostly who are affected is women and the children. And lack of coordination among the players in FGM and CFM programming, we say there, and even Honorable Dr. Jerimos talked about it. We do not have the coordination among the players. Yeah, that is both the government side and the civil society. We need really to get coordinated. Then resurgence of FGM among the communities yeah, the communities that had abandoned the practice. And for example, is a Kikuyu community where there's a regrouping of the men and they're calling themselves and registering themselves as a Kiama Kiama. The Kiama Kiama is now bringing back the practice. You've heard about what happened in Moranga. So it is really also something that was never intended that it would happen. Next. So on how to overcome, number one, we said we could have a community-driven agenda vis-a-vis donor-driven agenda. Because if a donor comes and it's bringing the Western culture or thinking into African way of doing things. So the community-driven agenda is very important. So those in the forum of, if we have even the government agencies sitting together with these donor agencies, they need also to be educated on this. Then we also undertake proposals as a consortia as opposed to individual organization. And that is why we say, and that is why many organizations are also joining Girls Not Bride, that if Girls and Not Bride could come up with one proposal, one mega proposal, and then divide the money to the members, there's a lot that would be happening at the same time, and therefore the impact will be realized. Then commitment by local administration, that when you're having a GAO, national government, agencies, they are the policy implementers, yeah, and they are the ones who are charged with that responsibility. If they are not serious on the ground and they are not really into whatever the president have said, then it will be meaningless to have the policies, because we have a lot of beautiful policies, but the implementation is very poor. So we need the commitment. Maybe they would be able to sign some contract right from the chief upward. They need to really sign some commitment. Then engaging local administrators from different communities. Then let's have that exchange program. If chiefs are paid from public coffers, they become this public service servants. Therefore, what we are saying is, can we also talk with the government and tell them, let also have that exchange, in that a Kikuyu chief can come and now work in Maasai chief community. And that one, because maybe there's a way that they're going to learn also, it will be very easy, because they will not be hiding under the issue of to do with culture and cases. That one is really important. We're also talking about intergenerational dialogues, that we really need to come up with these dialogues, where we're having different generation coming, and they tell us what was so good about FGM and early child marriage, and then we buy the positive, and then we talk about the negative. And maybe when we are doing alternative rite of passage, we keep the positive ones. Then government to scale up GVRC and safe houses. Yes, then the government, donor whims tend to really cripple many organizations, because if the donor just come and says, I'm not funding you anymore, then that's the end of it. The beneficiaries are left hurting. So the time has come where the government would now start planning from the public resources, so that they are able to sustain the safe houses. Then counties to domesticate policies, ensuring they have an implementation matrices. Yeah, if we have some of the counties that have done that, they have come up with the anti-FGM and child marriage policies. Why are we not having others, adapting to that? What is it that even today, even yesterday, I asked that question, why are we not having governors here? Why are we not having county commissioners here? Yet most of them are even pro the practices. And I'm told that they were invited, but they didn't, show up. Because, there's now that commitment. We need them to come, to be brought on board. I don't know how, because many times they say online, they don't want anything online. They want physical meetings so that they can, get some allowances. I don't know how that one is going to be, implemented. We also thought about mobile court because these things are happening deep interior. Yeah, and they are running away. We are told by the police, why haven't you brought the perpetrator to court? We are told that they ran away. You know, we need to establish the judiciary to establish many mobile courts, and then also add the numbers of magistrate courts, so that the distance between where this has happened to where the case being had is closer, and therefore there will be even the chiefs and the police will be on lookout. Then reconstitution and training of court users committee. We saw yesterday that the court users committees are very important. However, they need to be reconstituted because you see only uniformed officers. Personally, I sit in one in Laikipia, but I tell you, it's like not even a gender officer is in there. You see a lot of OCSs seated there. Yeah, and really, whatever happens there, you cannot even think that it will take us anywhere. So we need to reconstitute and train the court users, and also so that we are able even to bring on board other players like gender officers and other players. Then we also need operationalization of committees. In the Anti-FGM Act, and the gender context, there's also a gender policy. They have come out with many committees. It needs to be operationalized. How do you do that? We need to really push the government to really, fund the operationalization of these committees, as well as the gazettement of the gender officers to be at par with the children officers, so that when it comes to the cases to be prosecuted in court, we are having gender officer as well as the children officers there. That is very important. But if we have gender officers who cannot bite, they are not facilitated, this is just a waste of resources, and we shall always be talking about one thing. Then government scholarship to survivors, that these survivors really need to be tagged, even to be given something like yesterday when Josephine was bringing out here, is we need to even tag them with the number. They are heroes. We need to really tag them with a number so that we are able to follow them out, even up to wherever they go, so that we are able even to make sure that at the end of it all, we are able to come out with the success stories, and even come up with a book where other girls in the community are able to. They can also, form a club where we call mentorship, a club. So we need the government to immediately, a survivor is identified and rescued. From there, the government takes the lead in provision of scholarship up to university or tertiary or wherever the girl will go, up to it to realize her full potential. Context-specific proposals focused in addressing the both FGM and CFM is in tandem. We cannot have one separate one. One talking about addressing FGM, the other one CFM. Even if we have seen some community do not practice, we also need to always encourage donors to put these two together when calling for proposal and when funding on some of these activities, so that we are able to, work together in elimination of this. And I think, that is what we came up with. And any inclusion, any subtraction, addition will be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you. Very important points there. When you're talking about the Kiama, all I'm thinking about is that this is going to be violent. There's going to be violence because I remember, of course, the kind of violence we see when we see the Mungiki uprising, and when the Mungiki are going for so there's violence, as an outcome there as well, you can see. But thank you very much, room 1. May I call on room 2 now? Room 3, right? Room 3, who's presenting for room 3?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Nerida. Let me just switch on my camera.
Okay.
So I'm presenting, on behalf of Room 3. We actually ran out of time, so we didn't have enough time to discuss a few things, though we had started. We had a very lively discussion on what we know about social norms and what we're currently doing within our organizations and communities to address social norms. And the current work, as well as a brief discussion on what the impact we're starting to see. So very quickly, I'll just go do a snapshot of the social norms interventions that are currently ongoing by the group members. And this includes peer-to-peer interventions, that means youth to youth. We have youth-led dialogue forums in which the forums are used to emphasize the leadership and the role of young people in ending practices. Which include, for example, door-to-door campaigns, especially targeting girls or young people who are not able to access the dialogues or the meetings within communities, which makes it very personalized. We also have members working with men and boys, and this did come up as one of the key ways to try and change perceptions and attitudes. And this is through inviting them to community dialogues or doing community dialogues and forums together, doing meetings and trying to address current stereotypes. Community-based dialogues also came up as one of the key interventions being carried out, including social media as part of the tools to actually carry change. Media was cited as one of the most important ways of passing on information and changing perceptions and trying to trigger action, especially in communities, through drama, televisions, newspapers, radio. Local radio was actually cited as one of the biggest draws or biggest forums in which to reach the most people, and one of the ones with the most influence. And then we went into the next part, which was how do we measure the impact of our activities, or how can we already begin to see the impact of our activities? We talked about there's increased interest and activity by young people as a result of some of these interventions. So we see young people joining and forming their own movements within the communities to end child marriage and FGM and other harmful practices. We also mentioned there's a change in attitudes at the community level. For example, we have male ambassadors who are piloting the message of gender equality and the message of abandoning FGM and child marriage, which is having, and this often have some sort of influence in the community. And so we're seeing that. And then media outreach, some of the impact we've seen is we are able to reach key decision makers, for example, key government officials who respond to social media messaging, for example, on Twitter, on Facebook. We are seeing government responding to stories that are carried out either in the traditional media, that's newspapers or radios, but even social media, which is being seen as one of the key and evolving ways of bringing change. Radio stations, our group members spoke about the radio stations giving them an opportunity to embrace change, but more so an opportunity for girls and young women to speak on the radio stations through programs. Local radio was especially cited as one of the key tools of influence in communities. And then we're also seeing that as a result of the activities around social norms change, most stories are being carried on gender inequality, are being carried in newspapers and other forms of media, which has led to transforming perceptions and attitudes. And hopefully the objective is to entrench gender equality in communities. And then with our interventions, we have seen increased knowledge of laws and policies, especially among community members. And we've seen an increased action by community members who are reporting cases, who are claiming rights based on the current policies. And just to end with one of the most important, again, reiterating social media campaigns, for example, on Twitter and Facebook, we are seeing some of the young people that we're currently working with, some of whom are even founders of their own movements or CBOs, are taking this up as a key tool to reach a lot of people. And we are also seeing there's lots of interest being generated by social media campaigns, which are attracting other young people to join the movement, bigger and more effective movement. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to discuss how we can measure the effectiveness of our actions better, but we started, there were a few comments raised, which I can start us off. For example, in terms of measuring, we see challenges in reporting. For example, there was lack of, currently we don't know where to report data, the data we get when we're doing our interventions. Do we report it to the anti-FGM board, or do we report it to the county working group? What are the sources? So really just coming up with a streamlined way in which we can give the data we are seeing from the ground so that it's included in the national data charts and also reflects the situation better. Someone cited that there's a new initiative by, Peter actually cited there's a new initiative by UNICEF, and they've come up with a mobile app that enables youth activists to use the app to either record data of maybe the number of married girls being rescued, but also reporting emergencies. And so maybe that's also something that can be taken up. It's quite an innovative way. So I'll end here by, as now putting on my other hat as Girls Not Brides, maybe we can have a very short discussion, or it can come up later. You can reach out to us. Mm-hmm. We want to know whether community-based organizations or members, do you need more support with documenting the work you're doing? And do you know of any organizations or even yourselves that are working on social norms change interventions that would welcome our support as Girls Not Brides in terms of monitoring, evaluating the impact of your work? So it's something that I think we are very happy to partner with you on. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And in case I've missed out anything, Group 3, do feel free to shout out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nerida. Thank you. Very important points there. So clapping for both Group 2 and 3. We forgot to clap for Group 2. Clapping for both Group 2 and 3. Nerida, just to touch on your points, that's heavy on media and communications. What we see out here as communications experts is that civil society organizations, advocates, hardly ever substantively budget or prepare for media engagement, not partnership. They prepare for media engagement, they don't prepare for media partnerships. So therefore, there's a difference there. And I think Jennifer tried to explain it before, that the mistake we see is that we call media to engage them for an evening or a morning when you're launching a big report. Equality Now has done this report. We want media to come and cover. We do not take media as partners who walk through with you in the research of that report or in collecting the information. If it is cultural perception, you can't wake up today and tell people your culture is bad, you have to change it. So then the skills of communicating with the community so that you're able to actually get them to the pathway of saying, okay, we can actually listen, is also a very critical skill that's needed. How do we communicate? How do we reach out to people? How do we communicate to transform? Because at the end of the day, we are pushing towards transforming the perception for the safety of girls and women in the society. But I appreciate these points, very critical, that when we look at them in retrospect, we have to look at them in a way where we say, how do we push that bar a little bit more? And it jumps out from just being a point, but how do we push it a little bit more differently? Even how we organize when we want to have an action, a community action. How do we organize when we want to have a community action? When we want to amplify all those things coming in? But I don't want